So, hello everybody, special edition of GMRFamilyGaming. I'm Grandmaster Wrath. I'm joined with Mini Ninja here. Lilith Snake Lady should be around the corner shortly. She's just setting up chatbot and everything so you guys can have some functionality going on. But tonight we are going to be building out this computer for Nuke. Most of you guys who are regulars on the channel, you know Nuke. He's a good buddy of mine. Um, and I have these old parts from my old PC build, so we're just going to put them all together. I got a case that was donated from Viking Chronos, and we've got a lot of other cool stuff, and we're going to get this rolling. But we're using my old motherboard, which is a MSI X99 Godlike Gaming Carbon. I've got a I've got an Intel 6850K here, 6 cores, 12 threads. We've got 32 gigs of DDR4 memory across 8 sticks. And our NZXT case, 650 watt power supply by Corsair. And the Master Liquid ML120L RGB by Cooler Master. So, aside from that, I had to harvest a hard drive out of one of my old systems. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the SSD that I was originally going to put in his system. So we are going to use this 500 gigabyte 3D NAND SSD, Western Digital Blue. That's what we're going to use for his SATA drive for his SSD, and then we got a 2 terabyte SATA drive by Seagate Barracuda. I've got my USB with my Windows boot on it, some side cutters, cable ties, screwdrivers, and then we got a couple of extra SATA cables, and I bought an extension header just in case we needed it for any reason. So, due to the fact that this is a donated chassis, we went down to Micro Center earlier today. We picked up some extra mounting screws so that we had those whenever it came time to use them. Um, this has taken a while to set all this up tonight, so I do forgive me for being on a little bit later than usual, but let's go ahead and we're going to dig right into this. Let me just quickly double check the Discord, make sure everything got sent out like it was supposed to. Whew. What? Let's see here. It's in there. All right. So there we go. We're getting this all set up. I've got chat on my TV up here so we can see chat. We are just about ready to go. Please forgive a couple of things. I had to do a very ghetto kind of setup here, but we got multiple camera angles. We've got our front-facing camera here, so you can see what's going on here. I've got an overhead camera here, so you can see what's going on above us. I have another front side-facing camera here. Hi, everyone at home. And then this is special. I really enjoy this. We have our laparoscopic camera, so I can actually get in there to those fine-tuned spots, and we can get in there nice and that should be pretty cool to get in those really weedy areas. All right, so let's go ahead. We're kick it back to our main camera. So to get us kicked off here, I'm going to move this out of the way right now because we don't need that at the moment. Let's go ahead and start by getting our parts together that we need right away. So we're going to go ahead and I've got my knife handy. We're going to go ahead and we're going to go through our... Now, they can hear you if you speak up, but you got to yell virtually. Anyhow, so we're going to just go ahead and over there, pop out our power supply. I do like the way Corsair packs these. It's super nice. we've got. Oh, cool! They gave us a few extra cable ties. That was damn decent of them. All right, and then this is fully modular. I wanted to go fully modular because it's just easier to keep track of everything with it. Now we can set that off to the side. So the things that I know I'm going to need right away. As always, I always tell people this whenever they're building PCs, and we go in through all this is first thing you want to do is you want to sort out all your cables that you know you're going to need. So I can already tell you that this motherboard it needs a 4-pin or it needs an 8-pin header and it needs a 4-pin header. So we're going to get that ready here. That's one of our CPUs right there. That's our 8-pin. So we should have one more of these floating around here somewhere. That's PCI Express. I will need one of those. So we'll need the PCI Express. We'll need the CPU fan or one CPU. There should be another one in there. Nope, that's a Molex. Hand me the 24 pin. I do need that. So we got our 24 pin. I mean, he's not going to be overclocking it, so we don't necessarily have to, but I believe it's that one right there. It says, nope, that's PCI Express. It should say CPU on it. There we go. So we've got our two 8-pin connectors. Now, one of these is actually a 4 and 4, so we'll be able to break that apart like that, and it'll be able to connect to the 4-pin header instead. And I like the way Corsair does this. This is actually kind of cool. You don't really see this. Let me switch over to the lap cam so I can show you. Where's the keyboard? I need the keyboard. I put it there for... No, just hand it here. I've set it all up. I've set it all up a certain way. 1, 2, 3, 4. They'll switches the cameras. Okay, so like I said, I got the lap cam today. So the lap cam is kind of cool because it's just a laparoscopic camera that I picked up, and we can actually get in there and I can show you the fine nitty gritty. So when you look at this connection, you'll see it like this here, and it's cool because the way they do it is a little different. A lot of times when you see this, they actually fit in a certain way. This one they actually include these little teeth here, and these teeth just let them click together so they can create the 8-pin connection. Without it, they're just a 4-pin. But I do like that about Corsair. There's something specific to that. We're gonna go back out here. So that's the laparoscopic camera. You're gonna see more of this tonight. I picked this up and I've been looking for an excuse to use it. It's super cool. I really like it. Yeah, it's an endoscope. Sorry. Thank you. Anyhow, so yeah, we got an endoscopic camera. That's nice. Like that. It's basically just a tube cam. So let's go ahead and we're going to set all this up. We already know what we're going to need. I'm running two hard drives out of this system. So we're going to have an SSD and a mechanical. So we need SATA power, which is, where's our SATA power? That's our SATA power. We're gonna need one of these SATA powers. We know that we're going to have a video card. So we're going to need our PCI Express. So we got those two. We got our 24-pin connector here, which is going to be for our motherboard. Right there. We've got our two CPU power connectors. And then this is another PCI Express, which we don't need this because he's not using a second video card. We still have an extra SATA there that I'm gonna tuck those away in the case, so he'll have those later. But let's go ahead get these set up now so that they're out of the way. Go ahead and give us an overhead cam here. There we go. So there's a little bit of a delay between the cameras. Sorry for that. It's basically just the nature of the beast here. I'm running on a very, very low budget, but we're doing what we can. So in here on this side, we're going to see there's a series of words, series of plugs. They'll tell you where everything goes. So our CPU pan, our CPU is actually going to connect here. It says 6 plus 2 PCI Express for 4 plus 4 CPU. So that's where we're going to plug that. Be sure we're plugging the right end in these. That's always important because they're pin specific. So we want to be sure we get it right. So we're going to plug that in there. And I need the other PCI cable. Thank you, dear. My lovely assistant. So plug that one in there like this. So now we've got our power for our PCI Express. That'll feed the beast there. Our 24 pin. She's got our 24 pin all ready to go. We're going to straighten that out just a little bit, get all the flex out of it. All right, we got boom, boom, and there. So with this one, it's a little bit different. If you notice, this one here, let me kick it back over. Like I said before, they have different connectors. So this is the one for the motherboard for the Corsair. The other side is going to be a little bit different. You've got a 10 pin on this side, and then you've got the other 14 pins over here. Like I said, they are wired very very peculiar, so you want to be sure you do it right. So we got our 10 pin here, and there's our other 14 pins. So we're just going to plug those in like that. Get that good to go. I did make sure to go with fully modular though, because I just like them. They're cleaner. You only have to use what you need to use. And then I want to be sure they had black cables because nothing looks more disgusting than yellow and red cables all over the back. Oh, thanks, Snook. I want to make sure I did it right. So now, our PCI Express and our SATA. So we got our SATA right here. Let's go ahead and we're going to pop this back up here. There we go. So we're going to get our SATA connectors here. Pop it into our peripheral and SATA port like that. And then we'll plug our final one in there like this. So now we've got all these connected. This, oh, that's our other CPU. Okay, so I think you handed me the wrong one at the beginning because I plugged both those in. Which one is this? Let's see. Okay, that's the CPU. So what is this one? This one, PCI Express. So that's the one I need there. We're good. I'll choose this one. We'll make it work. Yeah, we'll make it work. I already have one here. It doesn't help that they're all kind of pinned the same, so you have to make sure you get it right the first time. So there we go. There's our PCI Express plugged in right. We've got our other CPU header in there, and I need that other CPU, which is right here. And there we go. That should all be good. How you doing this evening, Nuke? So there we go. That's all good to go. And then we set that aside for later. We'll pull out this motherboard. There we go. So here, X99 Godlight Gaming Carbon. It's the old motherboard from my system. Let me go ahead and I'll give you a kind of a view here. It's a big board, EATX. Plenty of slots. You've got 5 PCI Express slots here. They'll fit anything from a times 1 to a times 16. Got 8 memory slots here, which we're going to be packing with 8 sticks of RAM. I've got 4 here. I've got another 4 here. So that's going to be all good to go. And you've got plenty of SATA attachments here, so you can add other hard drives or anything like that at a later date. So lots of options here with this board. I love this board. It's been really good to me. I think you'll like it. So let's go ahead and I'm going to let Kayla put this processor in. Well, okay, well, I can if you want, if you insist. The wife insists that I do an overview, so here we'll do an overview. Pull up the endoscope. So, what is that? It was just a little dust. All right, so aside from here, we've got you do have your postcode readout. So if anything does go wrong on the boot, you'll be able to use that to be able to tell you the postcodes. You got 2 USB headers. You got one right here. There's a USB 3.0 and another USB 3.0 right here. You've got a couple of USB 2.0s. You've got, I mean, the rest of it's pretty much a motherboard. So I mean, I don't know what else to show you, but it's pretty big, it's pretty burly, and it's been an excellent motherboard. And I'm glad to see it go to somebody that will actually use it. So, Look, the bottom line is if I gave it to Luke, he'd try to tear the damn thing apart. All right. Can you pass me that Strix case, please? So first thing we're going to do is Kayla's going to put this proc in for you here. No, no, no. Don't take it out. I just need the box. Yeah. So I'm going to put it on. We're just going to put it in box because we don't want to set this flat on the wood. So I want to be sure that we're all good there. So this is the 2011 V3 Intel chip. So we're going to open that up for her. And then let's get, that's a pretty good angle. We'll just do that. All right. So go ahead. Now, usually when you set your proc in, there's a couple things to be mindful of. All right. First thing is there's a little arrow right here in the corner. See that? The little arrow? That little arrow is going to correspond with an arrow on the motherboard, or it'll be on the shroud. In this case, it's right about there. And you can see it right there on the edge of that metal. So match up the arrows, it's all good to go. Next thing to note is there's a couple of grooves. This is a tooth. It has little teeth in the processor. It also has teeth in the socket. You match them up, and you're good to go. So we're gonna go ahead and. All right, so it's a little tricky getting that camera around, man. I enjoy it. It's fun, but all right, so do the honors. Get it in there. You've done this before. Mind and body strong. All right, match up your arrows. It's upside down. There you go. All right, set her down nice and easy. Give it a little wiggle. Make sure it's in. You don't want to bend any pins. There you go. Yep, that's it. That retention arm goes down. Yep, just like that. There you go. And nope, it goes. Careful, careful. Back up, back up, back up. You've done this 100 times. Look, carefully. You don't put them down at the same time. This one goes down first, then that one. We're gonna put. I'm gonna try to post this when we get it in there. So there we go. It's in. All right, we're gonna put in our RAM. 8 sticks. Hmm? I don't know, man. Is it gonna go flying out of the socket? Make sure they're all in the right direction when you're setting them in. Uh-uh. Backwards. Three. And then it's backwards, Kayla. If it doesn't go in, 9 times out of 10, you have it backwards. Okay. She knows how to do this, I swear. She's done it with me before. There you go. All right, you got it in. Satisfying clicks. Okay. All right, so now let's go ahead and pull out our AIO. We're going to get that plugged in and good to go. This is our liquid cooling system that we're using for this build. Yep. This isn't a custom loop like the one that we have at the house, or like the one we have on our usual streaming PC, but it'll get the job done. Trying to figure out where it opens from. There we go. There we are. So it's just a little innocuous liquid cooler, but it should get the job done, like I was saying before, with very little issue. Oh, that's why we're building this one for him. That's why I'm giving it to him. It's I try to teach the kids how to do this, but sometimes they fall a little short and they disappoint my PC building sensibilities. Let's see here. So we got a couple of brackets here. So let me check the manual on that, make sure which bracket goes where. Can you pull the manual from that, please? Because I got a couple of different mounting pieces of mounting hardware here.
When is your birthday, Nuke?
Thank you. Let's see.
Garbage.
So we're gonna go overhead. So LGA 2011, that's what we have. We have a 2011. So this is a 2011 V3. So basically, we're gonna have these little screws here, and the screws are gonna go into the post in the corner, and then we can mount it down. It's just a matter of figuring out which way is the right way. And there's really no wrong way to put these in. It's one side is threaded larger than the other, so there's no way you're gonna screw it up. That's what I like about the 2011. In 2011, they made it so easy. When you start getting into like your 8th gens and stuff, things get a little more weedy, but I had a hell of a time setting this up. Hey, Mermaid, how you doing today? We are building a computer.
Hey, mermaid.
Oh, thank you very much for the cheer. Sorry, we're here in the uh, we're here in the living room computer, so unfortunately I don't have all the cool little graphics or anything. But if you want to learn something, feel free to ask any questions, and I'll try to explain what I'm doing as I'm doing it. Um, See, stepdad would always let me help out when he built his. Yeah, they are. They're good memories. And honestly, building a PC is a very very important skill to have nowadays.
I swear you were here. So I yelled, "Hey, mermaid." Oh.
So it's a very very important skill to have. I'm trying to figure out which one of these screws we're going to need for that. We're not using that thermal paste. That thermal paste is jank. Let's see here. So let's see. I'm going to double check the manual real quick because this actually fits like 5 or 6 different types of layouts, and they gave me the hardware for all of them. So I need to make sure we get the right hardware out of here for this. This is a 2011 V3. So it's a 1366 bracket. We don't need that. Nope, nope, nope. We don't need that at all. So we're going to keep moving on. 2011 V3. Okay, so we've got Cooler Master does make this complicated. It's much more complicated than Corsair. I do prefer Corsair, but unfortunately, this one actually was within my price budget at the time because I kind of blew it out on other things. Whoops. But the cooler works. It's going to work great. It's just I think every Cooler Master we've ever put together has been just an unusual amount of work. Now that I think about it.
Because of the screws.
Yeah, well, it's a couple of things. It's the brackets. Like when you look at like this is an AM. This is what they want you to connect the AM4 with. This is a pain. All right. All right, so all right, so here's the deal. On the AM4 socket, which is AMD, that's what the new streaming PC is. It doesn't have this setup like this with the 4 posts and then you just set it down. It has 2 plastic brackets on each side of it like this with little hooks coming out, and you have to somehow fit this wobbly screw with this little spinning mechanism down around it while maneuvering it around a heat plate to connect it to that. It's horrible, horrible design. I wish AMD would pull their collective heads up out of you know where and fix that issue. That is just a horrible design. But unfortunately, they can't do anything newer because they're kind of backed into it. So let's go ahead and dig through this and find out what we're doing now. At this point, I need to connect these 2 brackets here on the side of the AIO. And they should just clip right in according to the manual. So we're just going to pop that out. It should be. So if we hold this up straight, it says Cooler Master. One should go to the left, one should go to the right, but it doesn't necessarily say which end. I think it's going to go like that, actually. and then it's going to bolt down there like that. So what kind of screws is it that I need? I need the D screws. Okay, can you get me the Phillips screwdriver, please, out of there?
Which size Phillips?
Just yeah, just a
Small?
here. Hold up, that one. This is a process here. PC building with wrath. These are complicated coolers. No, I actually need to see which direction's up. So give me a second here. I need to. There we go.
Do this before the thermal paste? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we want to put yeah because it won't mount otherwise. We have to do this before the front thermal paste. But that's a good question. Ah, hell. I'm gonna need a longer screwdriver. Can you get the screwdriver off the desk, please? Thank you very much. And that is the problem with certain screwdrivers. I'm sorry, I don't have a better angle for you guys on this. I can give you the overhead. Let's see, let's give you the true overhead. There's true overhead. And if you will notice over there, we have Tempest doing QC control. Right now, he says it's boring.
Body shame him.
Thank you very much.
Not body shame him. Don't body shame him. Body shame him. He's a good kitty.
Kayla was gonna feed him a second time.
Well, because he was meowing at me.
Yeah, 'cause you keep feeding him. He needs to lose a couple pounds. You're gonna give him kitty diabetes, and that is a real thing. Huh?
He was meowing very loud.
He always meows very loud when he thinks you're gonna feed him.
Hey, Tempest. Come here, buddy boy. Come here, buddy boy. Hup, hup. I'm trying to train him like a dog. Come here, buddy boy.
I mean, you look at Stormy. Stormy's all dainty 'cause Tempest eats all of her food.
Yeah, I almost launched her. Like, picking her up.
Yeah.
Because she's light.
Yeah, so what Tempest will do, like he'll wait because he knows that Ailey never eats all of her food in one sitting. She likes to graze throughout the day. So that porker there, he'll go over there and he will climb in her food and eat it all. And then she's hungry by the end of the day and she's getting all skinny and he's turning into a chunk monster.
He gets lots of karma on r/chunkers.
Okay, come on now, screw.
Do you need some help?
Uh, I need Cooler Master to make a smarter design.
I feel like if we got in there and they can limit
Well, Cooler Master's trying to make it so that anyone can put it on any of them.
Yeah, I think that.
complimented Tempest.
Quality cat.
Yep.
That is wrong.
No, he's the quality cat. He's quality control.
Oh, just kidding.
Tempest is a good cat. Okay.
He is a good cat.
If anything, I don't like Stormy because she gets fleas on that bed more than any of the other cats.
What? You don't like Stormy?
Because she gets fleas on the bed. She gets
Storm
more than the rest.
Stormy didn't have fleas.
The flea HQ.
Stormy does not have fleas. Stormy's a good kitty. Be mean to Stormy.
Put on my blanket. But then after that, I get paranoid
Hmm.
and I can't sleep because I feel like
Interesting.
all over me and I'm,
Do you
Okay.
think this and the other one?
No, I'm gonna need to take them off and put them in a different spot because the way they designed this, I'm going to have to put them in a completely different orientation. So, is the stream looking okay? I want to make sure it looks all right for you guys out there in Twitch land. Sorry, this is taking a little bit of time here. We're doing what we can.
Looks fine.
Cool, cool.
thanks. It looks fine.
Yeah.
It should be broadcasting at 7:20. Mainly because I don't have my other PC out, so it can't run it higher. Okay, so what we're gonna have to do is probably mount it like this. So let's see here. Now, the main reason why I'm doing this right now and I'm not having anyone help me with this is because, unbeknownst to everyone else in this room, this is a plastic piece. It's like acetal or some other type of plastic on this bracket right here. And so I don't want to run the risk of someone inadvertently stripping it. Because if they strip it, we got a whole other set of problems that's going to introduce. So I'm just going to take care of it myself real quick, get that out of the way, and then we can move on to the rest of the build. Believe it or not, this is the hardest part of Cooler Master stuff. Like in this PC that we're streaming off of today, I've got flying saucer looking a flying saucer looking cooler on it, and you want to talk about a pain to mount. That was horrible. Like I love the cooler. The cooler looks amazing. I would never recommend it for a first time builder at all because I mean you needed like my hands aren't exactly small, right? I've got like these big sausage fingers and whatnot, and I'm not afraid to. Did you listen, you little garden gnome? Keep talking that smack. Keep talking that smack. I'll destroy you. Anyways, out of the mouth of 16-year-olds, let me tell you.
Well, tell them what she said.
Nope. She said I have Shrek hands. I am gonna pull a Tallahassee. You want to know how hard I can punch? Let's see here. All right, so we should be good there. So yeah, that should be it for the installation. Like all this other stuff is literally white noise. Let me double check and make sure. Yep, that's good. Bump, bump, bump. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, it's ready to mount.
What is the MX
Actually, I've got another paste I'm trying today. Thermo Grizzlies Cryonaut.
Oh, it comes
Is
with
it
a
any good?
spatula.
Huh?
Is it a spatula?
Gamers
But spatulas are stupid.
Gamer Nexus Steve uses it. So this stuff here, we're gonna put this on. Normally we run this in an X orientation with the Intel because it's just such a large processor. So we're gonna go ahead and this is non-conductive. It's non-curing, so it should be something that's gonna last you a good long time. Nuke, you won't even have to replace it.
Drawing a little design on it.
No, actually, I'm just putting it in such an orientation that it'll actually fill all the holes. There we go. So we're going to peel this off. All right, and then I am going to. We're going to hold off on mounting on the final mount point on this because I want to actually. We're actually going to get the motherboard put in the case before I mount this. That way, That way I can get to all these screws. Because once I mount that, it's going to be really hard to manipulate and get around. So let's go ahead and clear this off. Get this out of my way for now. Grab that. And now time to get our donated case from Kronos. He'll be around. So here's our donated case for everybody. Let's pop this out here. So this, hey Forever, how are you? So this was Kronos' old case. It's an NZXT. He did leave one of the stickers on for. He did leave some of the stickers on. I'm pulling some of them off, like the Ryzen stuff, because it's an Intel-based thing, and the old Asus stuff and the G-Skill stuff. But I am leaving this on, Nuke, and I think you can appreciate this. This yellow "Don't Tread on Me" sticker with a snake, because I know, because I told him, I said you would like to you'd prefer to have that sticker, so I left it on there for you.
Nuke is political. Because snakes and guns are awesome. And?
Nuke's in Virginia. So we're leaving the "Don't Tread on Me" sticker on there for him because. So we're pulling off the rest of these stickers. It's mine, hence to yourself. So how you doing, Forever? So I'm here. It's Lilith Snake Lady. This is Mini Ninja. Now, um, please forgive the numbers and stuff in the top. I'm having to go with just a regular I'm going with a regular camcorder today. I'm gonna have this fixed tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going up to Micro Center and I'm getting a GoPro, and we'll never have this problem again. But for tonight, we have to work with what we have. So that leads us to this whole endeavor. And I mean, I had to go through an ordeal just to get it all synced up. So the fact that all the sounds coming through all together, that actually took me about 15 minutes to work out. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna pop this case off. We should have one retention screw here. Let's have a look here. Get over here. So I think you'll like this case, Nuke. It's pretty low maintenance. I have to remember how to get it apart. It's been a while since I've played with an NZXT. It actually should be unscrew the capacitive screw, and then we got the capacitive screw there, or the captive screw there, and then we go down here. There we go. And then the other one is, don't, there we are. It's magnetized, that's why. There you go. Can you just set that off to the side, please? Thank you. So, inside of here, yeah, basically X. I'm having to go with what I have. So, there's a couple things we're gonna note here. Popping up this NZXT case, you're gonna have one fan up top. You're gonna have two fans in the front, and usually one fan in the back. Kronos was nice enough to leave his fans behind because he went and replaced all of his. So we've got fans for you here. I'm gonna have your AIO put in the front, and so it's gonna have a cold air draw directly into it. And then on top of that, you do have a nice little power supply basement down here that's going to cover up the power supply, so you don't have to worry about looking at that eyesore. And so really, you're barely going to see any cables when I'm done with this. It's going to look really good. We're going to pop off the back of the panel. There we go. Flip around to the back here. Pop around to the back. We've got plenty of room for cable management. We got a couple of SSD trays, which you really can't see right now because the lighting in here is horrendous. Let me just swap this out. There we go. So we'll set her down like that instead. So we've got our two SSD trays right here. We've got a enclosure here for our hard drives, and then this white bar here goes in through the front, and that's where all of our cables are out through. So I'll be able to get your cables all nice and neatly sorted. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to pop off one of these SSD trays. I think if I can remember how to get them off of this, it should just clip right off if I remember correctly. Yep. And I'm going to hand that to Lilith, and she can set this together. Be sure that we have them put it in the right orientation, dear, because it's going to go in just like that. Okay, so this needs to go up in that direction. Probably like that. Okay, cool. Actually, downward. We want to go downward.
Downward?
Yeah, because when I set it up here, all the cables are gonna be on the low side, so we want all the cables to feed down. So I'm gonna have her.
Where are the
Take,
screws for?
that one I actually had to go pick up some today. So let's see if I'm sure I have it somewhere, but I just wanted to go ahead and get some new ones just to be safe. See if one of these will fit. Don't over torque it because you'll just strip it out. See if one of those will fit. If it does, I'll give you the rest of them.
Not magnetized.
No, it's not. So unfortunately, I couldn't find. You can't see anything about the two kitties. Yeah, that's Stormy. She's doing quality control today along with Tempest. Oh, that chunk monster. Stuff in your face. If it's okay.
Perfect.
Okay, cool. So I've got three more here for you. Here you go. Go ahead and hold those. All right. So while she's getting that all taken care of, what I can do here, because this one's going to be tricky getting this hard drive in down here, we're going to go ahead and start prepping to drop our motherboard in. So we're going to grab our I/O shield. Don't forget this, by the way. I mean, everybody, I see people forget this one all the time, and then they have to go back and pull the motherboard out, and it's just a huge headache. I/O shield in out. Or pop that in place.
Don't screw it in too much the first time.
All in due times. Takes a little bit of doing because it's basically just a pressed piece of metal that has kind of a spring-loaded mechanism on the side of it. So it's a bit of a pain to get in. Once you get it in, it's everything else is pretty much downhill. Let's see. So there you go. There's our I/O shield all set in place. And now we're getting ready to put in our motherboard. So let's move these cables out of the way. Fish them out the back because we don't really need them up here right now. Get out of here. Come on. Come on now. There we go. So, grab our motherboard. This is a huge motherboard. So I'm hoping it'll fit. Kronos and I thought it would fit okay. If it doesn't, then I got to do some improvising. And I really don't want to have to do any improvising. Damn it. Does this come out? Yes, it does. Okay, cool. So it looks like it'll go in, but I have to actually remove a part to get to it. No problem. Let's have a gander here. So it looks like I'm about to pull this bracket out, set the motherboard in, and then put the bracket back in place. Oh, look, pretty things to attack, right? Forever, yeah, absolutely. All right, so we're going to have to pop out these screws to get this white bracket, this white arm out. Once we get the white arm out, then we can go in and we can set the motherboard in, and it'll be unobstructed, and then we put the white arm back over it. So yes, it can house the motherboard more than likely. It's just going to be a tight fit. With these EATXs, it's usually like that. So, what's up? Oh no, I got a spot right here for him. Can you give me a normal number 2 here?
I'm sorry?
Can you give me a number 2 here, please? Yeah, because these screws are a little larger. Thank you. Yeah, extra stability is never a bad thing. I've been wanting to do a PC building stream on this stream for so long, and I've never had the chance to. Like, whenever I was building the other PC in there, I was over at Kronos' house, and we were trying to get stuff going, but it was just kind of a mess. And it's really hard to do a PC building stream from your cell phone. Let's just be upfront about that one. So I'm glad that I kind of get the chance to put this up for content. Let's see.
How do you clean the radiator with fans?
Huh?
How
How
do
do
you
you clean a radiator with fans? Well, what you can do, the easiest way, is you're going to remove the fans. You'll go ahead and you'll go ahead and remove the fans off, and then you can get a can of compressed air, and blow in it from the opposite side. And usually that will clear any obstructions. But if you were to look at the let's say for instance, let's use this radiator for example. Let's say your fan's on this side right here, right? So as time progresses, the dust is going to collect on this side of the fan predominantly. So easiest way to do it is remove the screws that are mounting the radiator from the case, remove the fan, take it outside, and then get some compressed air and go in from the outside, blowing this way. Or you can get a tool like this, which is a data vac, and I love my data vac. And this is what I use. This is a little more of an expensive option, but it's reusable. And when you fire it up, it'll actually give you a beam of compressed air that you can use to blow it out. You can also use things like an air compressor, stuff like that. Just be sure that whatever side the fan's on, you're blowing towards that, and be sure to remove your fan before you do it. It should clear it out just fine. And then just make sure that you're going in nice, even strokes all the way down it. And don't press anything too close to it because you can bend these fins. And if you bend these fins, it's just another collection point for dust. Okay, back to what we were doing.
Good question.
That is a good question. If you got any other questions, feel free to throw them up. I'll answer them as soon as I can. Thank you, honey, for letting me know that that was out there because I always love answering questions. So let's go ahead and flip this over. Ah, my IO shield came out.
Oh,
Just hold on to that.
Or your screw fault too.
I got it.
Okay.
So when you pop this out, there we go. So then now it's loose. We can get our motherboard in there. So we're gonna do that. The IO shield. I'll trade you. Hold on to that for me. We gotta pop our IO shield back in here. Get on in there.
Listen for that pop.
What's up?
Listen for the pop.
The pump.
Pop.
Oh, pop, yeah. Yeah, it's a pain. IO shields are just a pain to do, but they're kind of necessary if you don't want to get anything
There we go.
there. And the worst part is usually the IO shield, because it's so narrow, it's usually more rigid than the back of the case. So you, it's
Right orientation.
yep.
He has two fans on both sides.
Okay. So the easiest way to do that is to remove the fan from both sides. Ultimately, the fans are blowing all in one direction. Okay, if you've got fans on both sides of it, they are all the air's going through it in one generalized direction. So blow it from the opposite direction, it should blow it out. I would say remove the fans though. When you're dealing with a two fan system, that means you have a push pull system. So if you have a push pull oriented system, you want to get both of those fans off so you can clean the radiator out. Generally speaking, use a small if they don't have long enough screws to feed through, use a long shafted screwdriver with a narrow shaft on it to get in there and disconnect it that way. But definitely get that out so you can work on it, or else it's just going to be a headache. Let's see here. All right, so there we go. So our motherboard's mounted. I need screws. Where's that bag of screws at? Right here. Cool. So yeah, now so you said your fans on both sides. So yeah, so you could easily take the fan off of the back half. You could take the fan off the back and blow in from the front. I mean, blowing air into the fan isn't going to hurt it by any stretch of the imagination. It's not going to hurt it any. The only thing it would do is it would make your dust catch your fan. That's about it. And then you have a dust. Then your fan would be more dusty than it already is. But a can of compressed air works wonders on that sort of thing. If you can't do it any other way, do it like that. It'll be fine.
And whenever you blow out your radiator, don't forget to blow out your keyboard too. It gets really gross.
What does your keyboard have anything to do with your radiator?
It just gets gross, and you have
Okay.
and it's good time. Good time.
That was completely unrelated, but okay.
It's good timing and efficient.
Okay, so we're
But my truck is first wall. But my truck is first wall.
your truck is first. Yeah, I understand that. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of a.
You want me to do it?
Oh, this is just going to be a touch tricky because of the orientation of it.
Oh,
Ah, you can't knife. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome to the family. Let's see here.
And go type in the.
No, I can't hear him anyway. He wouldn't be able to hear it anyway, dear. Don't worry about it.
I thought that was a chatbot thing.
It is when I'm streaming from that computer.
Ah.
yeah, because that's the one with the Go XLR.
Well, oh yeah, we got magnetic tip here. So this actually is going to be a lot easier than I initially thought it would be. Let's go ahead and slide her in. Get on in there. Come on now. Get in there. Now, when tightening down these motherboards, you don't want to over tighten them. Just hand tight, get it to the point, and that's it. You over screw these things, you're liable to strip it out, and that's a bad day. Or worse, short out your motherboard. That's a really bad time. Normally on this stream, you'll see me playing video games and stuff like that. But if I have parts to build computers, believe me, I'd rather be doing that. I enjoy building computers.
Linus Tech Tips. Did you see the creeper computer he built?
Hmm?
Linus Tech Tips.
No.
He built a creeper computer for PewDiePie.
Get this motherboard mounted, and then we can move on to the next stuff. So far, we put in our CPU, we put in our proc. For those who are regulars of the stream, you already know the hardware that was in it before. This is basically from my old streaming PC, so I know the hardware works. And it's worked really well for me over the years. I've really enjoyed it. And now it's time for somebody else to enjoy it. Get the same amount of love that we got out of it. This will be fully VR capable. Headset not included. Um, let's go ahead and pop this one in here. And then I need to do a quick sanity check on these screws. And that screw. There you go. That should be good to go. Now, give her a quick tug. Make sure everything's in there. Okay, that's good. That's good. Double check. We should have 8 screws. So we got 3 here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Our motherboard's in, folks. Now, let's go ahead and we can take this piece of metal now. And we could fold this back down, but I'm going to pull it completely out. And we'll put it in at the end because I still want to route all my cables. So we're going to set that out of the way. We're going to route all of our cables. Then we're going to put it back in. It's going to look nice. So, all right. Let's go ahead and change our camera over here. So we've got this hole right here. This is where all of our cables are going to feed through. We've got a couple of them to play with. We've got our USB 3.0. And our 3.0, this is such a horrible design for this cable. And I hate it because it's like the universal standard for it. But it's this big burly cable. And there's very few ways to get it in without inadvertently tearing stuff up. So it's like you have to do like some real kung fu on this thing to get it in without breaking anything. So it's always best to move all the obstructions out of the way first, just to save your sanity. Let's see here. Where's my SATA? There's our 2 SATAs. I'm hoping to do more PC builds on here. I really love doing PC builds. Problem is, I just don't. Is that this really isn't a moneymaker for me. This is just a stream is just something I like to do for fun, and everybody knows that. that's been here for any length of time. And so I have to fund these things on my own if I want to do them. And that gets kind of costly. So pop these SATAs in. So we're going to get all of our cables run here right off the top. That way we don't have to worry about it later. I actually have, that's what I have, is I have the RS, I have the RS Elite Wi-Fi. Oh, our chest went crazy here. There we go. So, I need the I/O. Alright, so that's our sound to connect our front header. And then we need, these are the fan controllers, the fan, and then there's our SATA, other SATA. Where is, right, that's our sound. There she is. So I'm going to need this. This is our, I'm going to slide that through here. That's our I/O header, so we can actually plug the front button and everything in, so it will run. Definitely don't want to give Nuke a computer that won't power on. He'll have to sit here and arc the jumpers. That would be a fun time. Actually, I'm going to route that through the cable management. We're just going to be done with that. I wish I had a back angle camera. If that GoPro would have worked, we would have totally had one of those. Actually, you know what? I think I can do that with this camera up here. Give me just a second. Let's see if I can get you guys a back angle camera going. Disconnect that top one right there. Or, yeah, I think that one would be best. Just feed it through here. Thank you. Try to get you guys a back angle view here of what's going on. And can you hand me that tripod up there in that cup? There's one. There's a tripod, a little mini tripod, that cup up there. In my Game Boy Glass. You don't know my. Yes, you are.
Yes.
Mini tripod in the Game Boy Glass. Okay. Time to step away from Asus for a new build, huh? You know, I don't mind RSX. I mean, my biggest issue I've had with Gigabyte so far is getting the stuff overclocked correctly. That has been the biggest headache that I've had with the third gen Ryzen and the overclocking. That has just been a nightmare and a half for me. I finally got it. No, I don't need a holder. I need it to be in sit still. Get over here. We're just gonna get this set up back here, and this will give you guys a back view of everything. We're trying to get this all worked out, but it's a work in progress.
Why don't you use the clip?
What clip? What am I gonna clip it to? It's not gonna clip to the couch. Kayla, set that down there. Wedge it between those if you can, and then. Nope, never mind. It's too loose. See. See if I can get the. Give me a second here. We got. Well, I think we broke it. It broke.
Did it get unplugged?
I don't know. Doesn't look like it. Well, isn't that magical? This camera is old as dirt. So we're just going to go to this route. What is going on with this camera? I can do. I don't. I don't believe it got unplugged. Let's double check. We'll just pop quick unplug, plug her back in. Give her a minute. It might have had a short in the wire. Let's see here. Oh no, I think I know what happened. Give me a second. We're gonna fix this. Give me just a shake. I know you guys can still hear me. There we go.
Okay, let's try this one more time.
Back in living color, guys. So, make sure our filter's still working. Yes. All right, cool. That's good. So, I'm going to set this up. We're just going to set her up right back here and give you kind of an over-the-shoulder view of what I'm doing here, hopefully. Hopefully this will work out okay. There we go. How's that? That good? Well, no, not quite. Well, it's not tight enough. That's the problem. Get in there. The stuff we do to try to make this the best possible stream for you guys. You know what? This is a tripod. I am just going to do it like this. To hell with it. There, up close, personal. You should be able to get a good view of what I'm doing here. There we go. That's way too close, but whatever. No, you're not, Colleen. The wires are all over me. I can't do anything like that. Thank you. So, so basically what we're doing here is we're trying to get this cable management in. So I want to run this down this channel. The cable's going to run down this channel and then they're going to feed out. So this SATA, this SATA, for instance, we just put this one in here. We can actually kind of go up with it, go like this, and then bring it down. And this one will feed down into the hard drive at the bottom. And I just accidentally bumped the camera. And that will feed down to the hard drive tray at the bottom. While this one here can just feed straight across. And can you hand me that other SATA, please? The SSD. We will go ahead and just pop that in like that, and we'll clip that right in place. And that should just pop right in. It might not actually. Might go the other direction with this. This is my first time messing with this particular case. I think I've built one other PC in this particular type of case. And it's not a horrible case to build in. Just a little work. These have holes and they just clip, it just pops right in. That's the catch here. Why are you not catching that other side? There we go. And then give it a push and it should pop in. And it's not popping in because we put the screws in the wrong end, I think. Ah. Now I see, said the blind man. Okay, so it's because this right here has a spring-loaded mechanism on the side, and that spring-loaded mechanism catches. So yeah, I forgot all about that. And then it should, and that's what's going to hold it in place, I believe, when we push it in, just like that. And there we go. Hold your fanfare. There we go. And there we are. Our SSD's in. Um, so now we can go ahead and I can start working on the power supply, getting that in. And then I can route the, well, let's go with that hard drive first. Let's pull the, how's this angle? The angle okay, guys, or do I need to move the camera a bit?
I'll move it as
Where's my knife? Thank you. Or can you at least still hear me? We will work this out as time progresses. So let's go ahead and pop our hard drive out. This is a 2 terabyte internal hard drive here. This particular one's a Seagate Barracuda. Should be 7600 RPM or 7200 RPM. I always get the second number mix. I know it's a 7000 RPM. They can't just make up their mind. Awesome. Cool, cool. And how was that camera angle working? You like that camera angle, the back side like that, so you can kind of see from the back.
Bruh, is she Canadian?
Yes.
Yeah, didn't you know the Canadians love Wrath?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, they invited me come be one of them.
They did?
Yeah,
All of Canadians?
that's awesome. All of Canada, all of Canada forever. You heard it.
She did not. Oops,
All right, so we're slapping our SSD in right or our mechanical drive in there. Just need to zap a couple quick screws in it to hold it in place. Now,
She put Canadian for you. She put Canadian. Has poutine before we win.
Farting? What is a Texas delight?
what?
What is a Texas delight?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
What do we eat? Mexican food.
We got enchiladas.
We have Mexican food with ground beef. That's Texan.
Well, we're the ones with the
Yeah, we're American. We gotta eat Italian.
Yeah. It's like going to Italy and not ordering a hot dog.
You're just gonna be difficult, aren't you, hard drive? Okay, I'm angry at you, hard drive cage. Alternate plan. Remove the hard drive cage.
She had the same issue.
Yeah, right? Oh, I'll get it fixed. It's just gonna take me a second. Unfortunately, that's the downside. That's the only drawback to working with donor cases, is that they've already been pre-configured before, so things could be a little bit out of place, or you might be missing a screw. I mean, there's a couple of things that could go wrong. I actually had the screws for this, and I don't know where they went. I was looking all over for them. I couldn't find them. Thank God I went to Micro Center and picked up some spares just to be safe. So let's go ahead and we're gonna go ahead and get these screws mounted. How you getting in there? Okay, that's how we're gonna do that. Uh, let's see here. I hate it when they do this. This is like Seagate made these new hard drives and they changed the way the Barracuda sits. Like back in the day, I don't know X if you remember or not, but hard drives were easy. Mechanical hard drives are easy. You just slap them in there, they would automatically fit, and then you're off to the races. Somehow along the lines, they thought it was a brilliant idea. They thought it was a fantastic idea to save save space by removing most of the back of this. So it's super thin. And it's just a real pain to maneuver into anything. Like the holes are theoretically in the same place, but it's just a pain in the tuchus, as certain groups of people would say. What?
What groups of people say that?
I haven't heard that in a hot minute.
I haven't heard hot minute in a hot minute.
Something called me about a screw.
Well, that was weird. Got a bit of a graphical glitch there on the screen.
Oops. Sorry, guys.
And
Cord got pulled a bit.
yep, let's see here. A little bit of ghosting there. I don't like that. Give me just a second. A bit more ghosting than I would like. Give me a minute while I work that one out. Go to properties, video. There we go. And that will fix that little issue. There we go. No more ghosting. Cool. And then our last one here. We're just gonna put it on the top of the drive cage. As long as it'll fit in the case, that's all that matters. Go. Now I should be able to slap this down here like this. Eventually. Where's my number 2 screwdriver? Here you go.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's closer.
See here. And that should be our last screw for our drive cage. Now I just need to, I'm going to leave it just a little bit loose here so I can actually manipulate it around a little bit. So we can kind of slide it back and forth wherever we need to. It is a little dusty down there. I'm going to blow it out when we finish everything up. But let's see, I think, so there's that one's going to that. We need the other SATA. Where'd the other SATA go? Boom, two. And this one's going to plug in just like this here. So this can go straight down like that. We can kind of tuck her in. Do a little tuck job. And we will definitely cable manage that more in a bit, but let me pop this SATA out here.
I got it. I didn't want it, but I got it. I could tell by your ha ha ha.
Fish that down like that. That channel so that it can come up this way. The idea is we're trying to keep it as tight as possible so that whenever I get ready to put this all back together, it won't go in 9 different directions. It's not a good day whenever it does that. There's our USB 3.0. We're going to try to fish that off in this direction so it's out of the way. I'm trying to think of is there anything else that I need to manipulate at this point in time? So we're just going to push that in there and hold it in place for now. That'll keep it out of the way. That actually looks kind of nice as far as that's running, as far as that run is. Mm-hmm. All right, our front panel connectors. I need to LED power switch LED out, and then this goes to the power. So bring this in. We're going to drop this into our audio, and it's keyed, so we can't plug it in wrong. It's just a matter of my fat hands getting it in the right spot. There we go. And that down here, that's going to take care of the audio on the front panel so that you can actually plug headsets and headphones and whatnot into it.
It's a nice shot.
Oh. Normally, I wouldn't use this, but for the sake of argument, I'm going to use this because it's going to make this job a lot easier. What this is basically it's match that to this header down here, and that header is like where your power switch is and all that good stuff, and it's just keyed like that to make your life a little more pleasant. And so we're going to use it this time because that way if you ever have to work on it, Nuki, there's no guesswork involved. You can just follow the actual stuff on it without needing the manual or anything. So or take that little arrow there. There's a little tiny arrow, and you can't see it from here, but there's a little tiny arrow on there, and that's actually your positive. And we're just gonna run it right down that line. And it'll plug her in. That's our power switch. We've got our HDD LED, which is our HD LED right here, and that's our plus and minus there. Just gonna run that into that, and then our power LED plus and minus, which is let's see here, which there is no power LED, so we don't have to worry about it. Yep. Just has a reset and sleep button. So now we got a key here. The cool thing I like about this is it has a key here, Nuke, so you can actually plug it in right without having to overly guess. So we just find that header and we just zap it in like that, and then our entire front panel is plugged in and connected in one depth move, and I love that. Unfortunately, there's two cables there that aren't going to get utilized, but that's because they physically do not exist. This motherboard doesn't have the stuff for that. Actually, it might be on that other header. Let me double check. Let's pull out our endoscope. Let's see. So when we get in here, turn it the right direction. It's our JFP2 connector. Reset, HDD LED, power LED, speaker, buzzer. And just like a USB, you'd get it wrong 90% of the time, right? So, so we got our power LED, our HDD LED. Those should be on the JFP connectors right here. So, all right. I kind of like that endoscope. That's kind of cool. So we're going to pop this out because we actually do have a spot for those. So we're going to plug them in. And that is... Make sure I have it plugged into the right way. Let me double check that. Huh? Yep. The endoscope actually helps me out a lot too because I can actually zoom in on these things. So power switch, power LED, plus on the outside, minus on the inside. Okay. So see, it's power switch there. HDD LED there. Reset switch there.
Flip it twice, somehow it's wrong both times.
Huh?
Flip it twice, somehow it's wrong both times.
Okay.
Reading chat.
Yep.
You're still talking about
Oh, the.
USB.
Yep. You flip it again, then you flip it a third time, and you're bound to get it right. They actually have a meme on that. It's funny. It's like, yeah, I'm not a 16-year-old girl, so I don't live on memes. I actually have a life where I make money. Let's see here. All right, so let's double check. Let's do a quick sanity check. All our bolts are in our front IOs plugged in. We've got our sound RAM processor. So pretty soon we're going to be able to start plugging in our fans and getting all that all set up. But first, we need to install our power now. I think we're ready for power. So now, quick question, Nuke. Is this PC gonna go on the floor or is it gonna be like on a table or a desk? It's kind of important because it lets me know how to orient the power supply. Nuke.
Why don't you explain the different ways of doing it while we wait for him to reply?
Okay, so here's the deal. Floor, at least for a while now, is there carpet on the floor or is it tile? Because here's the reason why. Okay, if it's going, if it's actually going on the on carpet, I want to face it with the fan upward so that it'll get maximum airflow into it. If it's going on tile, then I can face it down and it will be pretty much unobstructed. Carpet, okay, so we're gonna orient it upward. So cool. Thank you. That's so we'll orient this with that upward. Okay, screws. So glad I bought these extra screws. Oh, come on. Line her up. Yeah, I want this to last you for years. With
Virtual keyboard.
huh?
He's having to deal with virtual keyboard.
It's all good. No problem. The
Not an
Xbox.
actual. He's on the Xbox, so he has to go.
Yeah, the Xbox didn't they didn't exactly make that the most intuitive thing in the world, did they?
Because he wants a big screen. I'm gonna move to the front shop because it's just screwing in stuff, and this way he doesn't have to worry about
Hey, it's very important. The people at home need to know how to screw, okay? It's an educational moment here. Hey, Chubbs, how you doing today? We are building a computer.
Chubbs.
I'm bringing everyone along for the ride.
You don't have to worry about that. I switched to the front cam so you don't have
What?
to worry about the wire.
No, I still want to worry about the wire because I don't want to pull on it. It's proven to be a little less than. All right, so our power supply's in. We start routing our power.
3, right?
Two or three.
2.
So we start routing some of our power in here. We've got our 24 pin, which we already know where that one's going. That one's going to come up this channel. And this is a horrible place to put this webcam.
Or would you prefer it?
You know what?
Do you want just a front view for right now?
There. How's that? No. You know what? Just had an idea. What? I just had an idea. We're going to fix this once and for all. Take that. Oh, we're having a good time here, Chubbs. Building a computer, hanging out with Nuke. Yeah, that sucks.
His app isn't working right.
Once upon a time, Microsoft actually put effort into that app. Give you guys a better angle here on this camera. There's that better angle.
It's not bad. Not bad at all.
There, that should be a better angle. Let's go ahead and turn that this way just a touch. And can you do something with that light? Push it up. Thank you. It's kind of putting God rays on everything here. Okay, so now we've got our 24 pin connector. We're going to try to get this onto our motherboard.
How's that? I kind of looked at the light, and so I can't see anything.
No, I still see it pretty heavily. Turn it up. That's a little bit better. Can you spin it around and aim it at the back wall? Shoot it off the back wall? Super bright. There we go. So, we're going to fish this up, and this is actually going to come around here. So, sorry guys, we're having a couple of technical difficulties here, but we're getting through it. Let's go ahead.
How's that?
That'll work.
Okay.
It'll do. Let's see now. Now get the spots out of your eyes. Run this up like this. And this 24 pin should be just on the other side of this right here. So we should be able to fish that right up like that. And temporarily, we're just going to temporarily put that there so that we can manipulate this. Could even use voice to text. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Once upon a time. Back in the glory days. Okay, so there's our 24 pin header right there. We can't see it from here. So we're just going to go ahead and spin that around. Pop that in. And there we go. Oh, gotta love keyboard flex. Let's see, this front piece. Alright, so now we got our 24 pin in. We've got our 3.0. We've got our SATA. We've got our I.O. We've got our... Alright, so we are just steadily plugging along on this. We're making steady progress. That's good. So we've got that. I still need to run I need to run the liquid cooling, which I could actually probably do now. So let's go ahead and do that. Got our 4 bolts here. I always like to orient it with the actual logo upwards so that when it lights up. Thumb screws, we kind of want to go in a cross pattern, so we want to tighten this one down. And the cool thing is like liquid cooling technology has come a long way. For those who don't know, it's come a long way in the last 10 or so years. Back in the day, whenever you were putting these things in, you had to like be very careful and you couldn't over tighten it. You had to like I mean, you got to be very, very, very careful because you could over tighten the thing down and just completely destroy your system. Nowadays, they've got it worked down to such a science where it's like you just slap it on, you twist in the screws till they stop, and then you're off to the races. Cooling technology sure has come a long way. And and there we go. Your liquid cooling plate is installed. All right, so now we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna pop this radiator in as well as the fan. So let's go ahead and pop these thumb screws out here. This whole thing's gonna come right out. We've got our fan, RGB fan. Let's see, this came out that way. So see how we're gonna install this. Find our screws for it. We should be able to, in theory, I should be able to pop this on just like this. This bolt's going to go all the way through, and it'll pop right into that radiator on the opposite side. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. So, and you can't see it, so let's turn the camera this way a little bit. There we go. So, we want that thumb screw, go through the fan, get to the other side through the radiator. Where'd the other screws go? There they are. Once again, we're going to go in a cross pattern because with these it's just easier to deal with. I'm going to be careful not to miss our hole because if we do, this thing could run the potential of running right through the radiator. We don't want that. That's a bad day. This is actually probably this radiator is probably one of the easier ones I've had to install. The that make more than makes up for this nightmare. There we go. That's it. It's installed. Now all I gotta do is just plug it in. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna gotta bend our hoses back here. This is the tricky part. I may have to flip this radiator over. I hope not. Let's get these cables out of the way. Hopefully I can manipulate them after I get this put back in. Get this manipulated and cleaned up. There we go. There we are. That looks much better. And there we go. So now we've got two headers here. We've got Okay, so one to RGB, one to PWM control. So what I need here is I need a light. Flashlight time. See here. So flashlight, we've got CPU fan 1 right here. Where's our other fan controls? CPU fan 2's back here. We've got a system fan header here. We want this in our CPU fan. So this is going to go, yep, we can put that in CPU fan 1 there because I'm not seeing a pump header. I don't think I ever did have a pump header on this, but it's fine because I mean it's the same. It's the same either way. It doesn't really matter. They all run off the same power. It's just a little 3-pinner anyway, so it's not a big deal. So there we go. We're gonna push that up. We're gonna slide that up out of the way. Fish that through so I can pull it through in the other direction and manage those cables. And then this one here, this is an RGB header, which this motherboard, while it has RGB on it, I don't think it has any external RGB. So we really don't need to worry about this one right now. Actually, you know what? I think, Kayla, open up that video card because I might actually be able to plug this directly into the video card, and then the video card RGB can control it. That would be kind of cool because basically what's going to happen is this front one will light up, and you'll be able to get a little bit of a lighting profile. It's not gonna be super great, but it'll be something. Let's see, and this is your video card. Strix GTX 1080. I see a couple fan headers on it, but I don't see an RGB pass-through, so we can't plug RGB into it. But yeah, that's going to be your video card that we're throwing in there. It is beefy. And it's been a really good card. We so it'll serve you for many a year like it served me. Now, we've got a 4-pin header here for this fan. I can plug that right here into the system fan header right here. Which what I think I'm gonna do here so that we can manage the cables. Yeah, just set it right there. I can't. My hands are full at the moment. So we're gonna feed this through so it'll go through the back. So all of our headers will eventually be back there. Now the cool thing is you can the way these headers are designed, Nuke, if you decided you wanted to add RGB to it later, let me know and I can always go up to Micro Center and buy some RGB strips and send them to you because it's a 4-pin set. And really it's as simple as plugging it directly in here. And you just plug it directly in there and then whatever, and then it's gonna have an integrated control, and you can control the colors and whatnot. Which this one actually comes with an integrated controller too, which I'm gonna plug in, so you can change the colors in a limited fashion on the header. But I'm trying to get this through that hole right now, and it's just not wanting to be cooperative. Get in there. Okay, get in there. Come on now. Come on. Get. All right, got it. There we go. So now those are moved out of the back, out of the way. This is our other RGB controller, and I'm going to run this up here and fish it back here too. So all these RGB headers will be out the back. This motherboard predates RGB headers on the motherboard, so that's unfortunate. Actually, the reason why they did that originally is because back then it was all about software. It's like, oh yeah, you just plug in the same ecosystem of parts and the software will control it all. That's why we had such an issue with this one. But this one actually came with it because it's a little bit newer. Asus was a little bit on the front end of things whenever they did that. So like, hey, Headers are going to be a thing, so we're going to put them on there. But MSI did not include them on theirs.
Tempest.
God knows I
No,
looked.
sir.
Anyway,
Come here, buddy. Come on, buddy.
so now we've got all that routed. So our fans hooked up. Got our fans hooked up. We've got our pump here hooked up. We still need to hook up our back case fan and our top case fan, and that should give you airflow. And I could add another fan, and I probably will add another fan later down here, so you'll have all your fan ports will be full. But I won't be adding them all tonight. That'll be something I'll do a little later on. But there we go. There's our. So these aren't PWM fans. Thought they were, but they're not. Well, damn. Okay. Got one more fan header. Honey, find me this. There's one other fan here. I need you to find and get it if you can. Get it to me right here.
Where are you? You mean this one?
No, that's not a fan. It's a 3-pin fan. Let's see here. Yep, perfect. Thank you. And I'll push that in, and you go just pull the slack out. There we go. Thank you. All right. So now we've got that in. We got that in. That's plugged in. I still need to run the 8 and 4 pin, and the CPU needs to run up. I think this is our CPU on both sides. Is that PCI Express? So there's a hole right here that this needs to go through. Like,
Pull it back out.
I
It's getting tangled in this one, so we're gonna go this way.
okay. There we go. I can make that work. And there should be a second. There we go. That's there. So there we go. That's it. That's all I need. That's gonna be all I need on that. And then I need the. We've got the two 8 pins. I need them both right through here.
Through the top?
Yes, right through here.
Okay.
Exactly through here. Hand them to me one at a time. You may have to go under and come in this way. You may have to come in like right here. Nothing?
No,
Let's see.
this bar is in the way.
What's that?
The bar is in the way. The back plate.
Hmm.
Hang on. What's
Okay,
this right here at the top? A fan.
that's a fan. That's why I needed it to go right here. Give me a second, and I can give you a little bit of flex. Let me just pop these screws out. Come on now. All right, that's about as much flex as I can give you. So let's see if you can make it work.
What exactly did you flex?
Never mind. Just forget it. I'll figure it out.
Try this way. Up.
Just it's fine. I'll get it worked out.
Come on. Get in there.
For what?
Because that's about as much wire as I have.
It's a flat cable, so yeah, it should be okay. I could probably make that work. Is that for as much cable you have for both of them? They're both sitting right under this fan. So that's why I kind of wanted these cables pushed out of the way so that I could use the flat part of the cable and manipulate it. That's why I wanted these pushed completely out of the way. Then I can give me the,
There's one.
and now I can push this flat and fish it up under this.
Let me get the other one through real quick before we do that.
Okay.
Because this needs to go in right here and up and through.
Okay.
Okay.
This is the hardest connector to do. Okay, twist this around and get this. There we go.
Hang on. You need to twist one?
No, I got it. I got it already. Just really could use a little more room on these cables, but I don't think it's possible. Just want to be sure that we have all the power he needs here. These intels got to feed the beast. Okay, there we go. I don't know how I did that, but that looks awesome. And is that fan going to catch it? Nope, it's not. Sweet. And then pop off one of these 4-pinners because that's all we need. I'm going to fish that under. I don't know how the hell I did this, but this looks pretty damn incredible on this side. And then this can go back over here, out of the way. There you go. Look at this. I don't know how the hell I did that. Let me give you the endoscope. Where's that at? So, I have no idea how I pulled that off. That looks pretty freaking awesome. Let's see here. Let's get it straightened up. So, no clearance, and I got them all plugged in. That's the right way up.
Yeah, that looks good.
We got them in this little tiny hole right here, and then we worked it. Then I weaseled it around, and we got it on tight, like real tight. But we did it. Like if that thing was any tighter, I'd be worrying about it, worrying about her dad meeting me in the morning. Let's see. So um, is there anything else? No, I don't believe there's anything else to connect on this end. Everything else is just in the back. We can slap in the video card now. I think. I think we're good for that. So, video card. And why was that plugged in there? We needed. Oh yeah, that's right. Because he had a different setup than I did. So this is going to be a relatively simple build. This isn't like, going to be super elaborate or anything, but it's going to get the job done. So we're going to drop that down there.
Our 2070 is pretty.
I like my RTX. There we go. So we got that in. Now I can slap this in. Now the fun part. Make sure that's plugged into the right slot. Slap her in. Boom. Nuke, I think we're not going to be able to put that cross member in at all.
No room.
No room. Like, I don't think there would. Hannah, here. There would be. There's no way that we're going to get any room in there for this because the card. Well, I'd have to put this in before I put in the card. Yeah, it can still be done. I can do it. I can make that work. I can do it.
Yeah, it hides cable management in the back.
So what we'll do, I just got to pop this out.
Your job is to
So
let
we'll hold off on the video card for just a second. Yeah, because I shouldn't need anything else plugged in on this side. This should be good. So now it's just a matter of getting this all put back in. I can't think of any other items that need to be plugged in over here. All my fans are connected. All that's good. All that good jazz. So now it's just a matter of putting this back in order so that I can slap it all back in place. And we got to pull this tight here so I can get it underneath. And this too. Actually, that's not gonna. There we go. There we go. Get in there. So this cross member, that's gonna be a pain. Watch out.
lined up.
Well, one of them is.
Yep.
It's
All
only
I can see is.
the one on the right side needs to come down a little bit. There you go. And then I should have. Yep, they should all be in line now. It's coming along, Nuke. Let's see here. There's this one. There we go. That's good. And then one more. Where's that screw? Where's that flat screw at? Right there. All right, at the bottom, I need you to move it to your left just a little.
My left. Right there.
A little more. That. Ah. There we go.
Perfect.
Oh my god, that's a tight fit, Nuke. It's such a tight fit. Oh my god. I don't know how we got this $500 motherboard in this case. But it actually looks pretty damn good, and it's filled every bit of space in it. Like, this is literally the biggest motherboard you could put in this case. Let's see if I can get the video card in now. Whew. Damn. All right. We're going to go ahead and slide that over there like that. Give her a slap. Get on in. Come on now. Don't be finicky. Do as you're told. There we go.
Nuke likes it.
I need 2 screws to mount this with. Where are my PC mounting screws? Can you get me 2 of these out, please? I need 2 of those.
2 screws.
Here's hoping it fires up. So, all right. Now it's just a matter of cable management, and we do some cable management and finish attaching the hard drives, and this thing's ready to post test. What are you doing, dear?
Huh?
What are you doing?
Playing with cables. Seeing how much cable management we need to do.
I need to.
Not too bad back here.
Well, I need to get the hard drives connected before I even think of cable management.
This is going to be a mess, but it's all hidden in the shroud, so.
Go, and then we're gonna take this. We're gonna run this under, go over, under, and into there. Just like that. And there we go. And that gets you some light in here so you can get a good look. And there you have it. That's the front end. Cables are nice and neat. We still I gotta fish that one back just a little bit there. But other than that, everything else looks pretty good. Honey,
Yes.
take this cable right here. See this one that I have in my hand? I'm wiggling. I'm gonna pull it out. I need you to slide it in. Give it to me right down here. But you have to twist it up some.
Here?
Right here, and then fish it upward. Keep going. There we go. Thank you. Or clean that cable management up real quick. And
This 4-pin that way too?
no, that 4-pin is an RGB header, which
No,
this
doesn't have.
yeah.
I'll just tap it.
So there we go. We'll give it a quick once over here. Let me zoom her in so you can see for yourself. We've got 8 sticks of RAM, cooling plate, fans, front radiator down here, 1080 Strix, video card. Now we just gotta go around the back, clean up the last little bit, and then we're ready to fire this thing up and see if it runs.
Will this be his first computer?
No, it's just gonna be the first one he's had in a long time. Spin her around. Now we're gonna clean up all the back cables.
You're on top of the cable.
We gotta clean up all the back cables, and we still have to connect our 2 drives. So, I've got one SATA here, and I might be able to hit both of them with the same one, but I don't think so. So I may need that other SATA after all. Here, give me that SATA. I may need that one plugged in after all, because the nature of the beast. As far as this is concerned, there's not much I can do with this as far as cable management's concerned, but your back panel will be on it. No cover it.
What's that dripping off the graphics card?
There's nothing dripping on the graphics card.
It's this cable right here. It's the only thing coming off the graphics card. It's the cable for it.
I thought you were talking about water.
That graphics card's not liquid cooled, so there shouldn't be any dripping on it. The other one's an AIO. It's a contained unit. It's not going to be. There shouldn't be anything dripping on that either. If it is, then I have to RMA parts.
The only thing coming off of it is the wire connected to it because it's going straight down instead of around like the others.
So we're just gonna fish this under here. Cable management on this is gonna be a little bit hard because this particular cable right here is very unwieldy and the placement of it is very rough. So it's going to be really hard to manipulate this to a point where it'll be nice and neat. So this one's going to be like the quick and dirty. I'm probably going to have to just zip tie it right here and run it parallel to that because I can't see any other way to manipulate this to where will be managed effectively.
Hey, Slane, it's
Uh,
actually an NZXT case.
it's an NZXT case with an MSI X99 Godlike Gaming Carbon. Nope, no RS in this case. Nope. That's you saw the MSI Dragon on the you saw the MSI Dragon on the South Bridge, or as they call it, the chipset, the chipset heatsink. Yeah. I mean, right now we're pretty much just at cable management. As soon as I can get this other SATA plugged in and get it routed, which that should be able to go in right there. But this is where shit gets tricky.
Do you need me to hold the light for you?
Yeah, maybe. Normally I'd have all this plugged in ahead of time, but in this particular instance, I thought I wasn't going to need this cable just yet, and then right here at the end, I find out that I'm going to need it. So, here we are. Hold that. You order your build parts. What's going to be in your build, Slane?
Ooh.
All right.
Did you get it?
Yep.
Okay.
And before we cable manage this down, I'm going to try to hook it up to the TV. My laptop should be charged so we can monitor chat.
Unfortunately, we can't take any links on over through chat.
It will. Unfortunately, it will kick it back on me. Give me a second, though. And I will see what I can do to fix this. Shit. Okay. When I asked you to run me that cable, honey, and I asked you to run it up through here, you tangled it and everything. Where's this cable plugged in at? It's on the other end, isn't it? Damn it. Unplug the PCI Express.
Oh.
Yeah, you throw it in my Discord. That'll be fine. And then I will be happy to look at it just as soon as I can. My the streaming PC that I usually stream on.
Okay.
That's a
Are you trying to get it all through?
yes. I got to pull it all the way out and reroute it.
Let me pull it out. Straighten it up a little bit so that it can actually go through this little tiny part. Okay. Pull just a little bit. And there's the rest.
I want to reroute this whole thing because that's part of what's obstructing this cable. Being cognizant of where your cables are being run is very important to this because that helps with cable management later. You don't want to be in a position where you have cable spaghetti going on And then you have to do this and basically remanipulate everything around. It's always good to cable manage as you go and not try to get it all together at the end, which is what I was originally trying to do. That's why I kind of had this through here, and it was routed down through here all nice and neat. And then somewhere along the lines, I think that fell completely off the rails. But that was the initial plan. And these were completely routed wrong too. So now I got to pull out the CPU pin plugs. I got to pull these out now.
How are they routed wrong?
They're tangled down here, Kayla.
I told you they were. When I handed them, I said, "Ah, crap, they're tangled."
Got those two, this. What is this two? Okay, that's my front I/O. Hand me a cable tie, Kayla.
Like these little wiry ones? Or like the zip tie ones?
All right. Cool. I will look at it in a bit, Slane. Let me finish this up, and I will definitely look at that. You can pop it in the Show Me Your Rig section of the Discord. And you can see some of the computers that I built in there, as well as some of the other members of the community. Oh, welcome to the family. It's good to have you here. Unfortunately, I don't get to build computers as much as I'd like to. A lot of times you'll just see me gaming on here, but if I ever get the chance to build a computer, I always take the opportunity to do so. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I do have a bachelor's in IT, so I'm always good for bouncing ideas off of and whatnot. Give me another cable tie, please. I kind of botched that one. Thank you. We're just gonna cable tie this down here, get it out of our way. So, what kind of processor are you gonna have in it, Slane? Tell me all about it, since I can't look at it right away. I'm super interested. So we're gonna take this. We're gonna run these lines down like that. $3700X on an X570. Cool, cool.
Nice.
I dig it. Yeah, the streaming PC that we have over here right now, it's a 3900X.
Oh.
It's a 3900X with 32 gigs of RAM on a RS Elite Wi-Fi X570 with a 2070 Super Strix. I would have went with RS, but they just can't find them anywhere. There we go. That's actually kind of clean. I like that. That's good. Now we need to plug our SATA back in. Plug that SATA back in. They are. They're getting pretty hard to find. But I mean, I like Strix as a video card. Originally, I bought a gigabyte video card, but it only lasted like 4 days, and the thing died on me. So then I went with a Strix because it was a brand that I was familiar with and I've used before, and I haven't really turned back. Strix has a good track record in this house. Where is that other SATA? The SATA power got unplugged. Damn it. So here's so I gotta get this cable into there. It looks upside down. It's because the power supply's upside down. Yes, gamer, you're right. They are a little more expensive, but I've had the best track record with them. For me, they've had kind of a lower failure rate. Gigabyte have a much higher failure rate. And generally speaking, for that premium price, you also get a much more stable overclock. Generally speaking, I mean, there's an upside to Strix, but I'm not gonna tell anybody. Not, I mean, personally, if I can't buy Asus, which I'm not bought and paid for by Asus. Okay, let's clear that up real quick. Because I happen to one of my this is the board I'm putting in this PC right now is one of my favorite motherboards, and it's an MSI, and it was a high end MSI in the X99 generation, but I don't pay full price for motherboards, generally speaking. Like this was an X99 this was an X99 Godlike Gaming Carbon. It retailed for $500, and I got it refurbished open box on Newegg for 250. So so it's like I'll never pay full price if I can get away with it. And the Strix that's in this computer going in this computer here, I did pay full price on. But the second Strix that's in the computer that I'm streaming on right now, the this 1080 that's in here, I actually got that on Newegg or not Newegg, but eBay as a mining card,
Why aren't you rotating?
and I saved like $200 on it. All right, let's go ahead and feed this PCI Express header through.
So your thing isn't rotating, so I can turn off the flash.
All right, come on now.
I'm just gonna sit it down. It's gonna have the flashlight on. Okay, let's get a mess with it. Okay, back up some. Back up just a little more. There we go. Okay. Give me a sec.
I turned it off.
Good.
Just all right, stop, and I'm gonna pull it around
Let me pull the last piece out.
because I'm gonna have to fish some of it back down in there. So
There we go.
cool. Let me spin this around. So now I gotta do this again. But no, I'm not a fanboy of one particular brand. Generally speaking, when given the option, I like MSI and I like Asus. Only thing I don't like about Asus is that their stuff takes forever to boot up. Like I work in server rooms, okay? That's what I do for a freaking living, and I mean some of these Asuses, man, they take just about as long as some of these servers to boot up, and it's horrible. It takes forever for that instant gratification. But there we go. Nice. Ooh, I like that. I kind of like the way that turned out. That looks clean. Check that out for I call it the bow. Go. This is an X290. This is a X99. This is an X99 with a i7 6850K. That's i7 6850K, and it's 32 gigs of DDR4 rated at 2400 because Intel gives zero rips in the 6th gen about the speed of your RAM. So that's a 2400 RAM on a 6850K with a Strix GTX 1080. This is actually for my friend. My friend doesn't have a computer, and I just upgraded my computer to a Ryzen 3900X. So I'm taking my old parts and got a donor case and all that, and I'm giving still a very viable machine. Still gonna play all the games pretty much maxed out, and it'll give him some room to add to it if he wanted to. So, but that actually looks pretty sharp. What do you think? That the actual, I mean that looks pretty sharp on the inside of that. I think I did a pretty good job. So let's spin it around. I'll clean up the back now. That's a Burley EATX case, is what that is. Now, unfortunately, this got tangled here in the initial put-ins when we put it in, so I'm not gonna be able to manage that. That's just not gonna happen. But I'll try to get the rest of it managed as best I can. Can you pass me some cable ties? The smaller ones, not the larger ones. Yeah, yeah, there should be. No, no, there's plastic cable ties. It's those little plastic cable ties that came with the. Right here. But on a positive note, this is going to be just a white panel, so it doesn't necessarily have to be perfect. I'm a little bit of a perfectionist, and it's going to bug me if I don't do it right. Now, the two. I know what happened. There we go. It's There we go. Audio's back. Uh, I'm using this is a Steel Series Arctis headset, and they've got like this little mini USB plug in it, and it pops loose occasionally. So there we go. You should hear me now. Everything should be back to normal. Where did we leave off? Where was I whenever we got disconnected? Um, oh yeah. So the 3900X, I just completed a custom loop in. Yeah. So the 3900X is the one that I did in the for my streaming PC, and then I have the one that's back here. And this is another X99. Let me just kick that around. This is the one I'm streaming off of right now. That's Frostbite. And that's done a Leah and Lee 011 dynamic in white. And then the other one is my normal streaming PC, and that one has a 3900X in it with a 2070 Super. And you can actually see those both on the Discord if you want to look at them. So But yeah, I just finished a really kick-ass custom loop on that one. Let's see. Can I see the another smaller zip ties? Thank you. Yeah, yeah. This one. Originally, we were planning on doing liquid cooling on this one. This has the glass on the two sides, so it's not the air cooled dynamic case. It's the one with the two glass panels. I was originally planning on doing liquid cooling on this, but the by the time we actually got around to it, the X99 was pretty much obsolete. So
But it still runs our VR.
yeah, so now it's just up here in the living room, and we use it as our VR PC. But so eventually one day I'm gonna upgrade that one to an AMD, and then we'll put a custom loop in it as well. But the one that I stream on back in the kitchen now, that's my normal streaming PC, and that's also a 011 dynamic. But where this one's in white, that one's in black. So we're just yeah, I love working on computers, man. It's something I've done ever since I was little. It just kind of grew up with me. This year I will be celebrating my 39th birthday, and I've been working on computers ever since I was little. I think my first computer I built when I was 14 or 15, 75 megahertz Pentium, no video card.
What? What do you mean what?
Back then, you were lucky to get a video. Well, it had a video card, but
Almost no one had a video card back then.
if you had a video card, it was doing
Yeah.
256 colors.
We can build it for free.
Nowadays, people don't even talk about colors when they talk video cards. It's kind of funny. Okay, so I think that's about as good as that's gonna get. All right, so give me just a minute. I'm gonna lose connection to chat because I'm gonna hook this up to the TV up here, and we're gonna post test this. Um, I need.
I'll go holler it, or I'll put it on here so we can still run chat.
Yeah, we'll still be able to see chat, and I'll still be able to communicate with you. But I've got to post test this, so I'm gonna move the Utor Atari 2600s probably. There, I don't believe there was a 2400 model. Atari 2600, I could definitely believe.
Okay.
Two computers that you built yourself, a gaming rig, and a Fantex P400 and a HTPC Silverstone. The 2400. Now I know the 50. I know the 5600. I know the 5600 and the 70 and the 7200 Pro system. I remember those because the 70 the 7200 Pro system, I actually had one of those. That was really cool. And then I had a 2600.
Ooh.
Well, actually, my Atari predated the 2600. It was actually it was back when it was still the whole Atari home computer, and it was like the big black, and it didn't say 2600 anywhere on it.
Oh. Ah, you moved it.
It's all good. Yeah, so you had the Atari 2600, then I think you had the 5400, and then you had the 7800 Pro System. I think it was. Pro System was a prototype. They only had, well, it wasn't a prototype, but it was very limited run. So if you find one of those, hold on to that thing, man, because that's like gold. I'm a bit of a collector too. Like if I moved this out of the way for just a second here, let's see here. We will.
Open up the treasure box.
I've got like old Ting and NES games.
Get the endoscopy scope and just show them around.
There's
So
a Bessie in there.
Skull and Crossbones, RBI Baseball. Got Gauntlet, Indiana Jones Temple of Doom, Roadrunner. I've got about 70 games in here. Well, you want to talk about some relics? Check this out. We've got
Let's pull some of the wires out.
we got Ninja Turtles 1, Ninja Turtles 2, Ninja Turtles 3. Then we've got. Well, here I'll just show you the whole collection. Here you go.
Yeah, get the scope.
There you go.
Look at this bad boy right here.
007 in the case.
Yeah, I got GoldenEye in the box with all the manuals and everything.
And they're going.
So we've got
Mystic Quest.
Double Dragons 1, 2, and 3. We got those. We've got Legend of Zelda Adventures of Link, Goonies 2, Silver Cart Metroid.
We have our
So,
those guys right there. There's a whole row of them.
yep, I got a whole row of Super Nintendo games too.
Let me put them back.
We've got
They have controllers on top.
Kid Icarus. That was a classic. Come on, Nuke. You know that one. That one was classic. Let's see. We've got Mario Brothers 1, 2, and 3. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's some retro games. All right, look at that. We got that one.
There.
Castlevania, right?
Probably. I don't think so. Or it's maybe a toy.
Simon's Quest.
Dang.
And here's a rare one. Here's a hard one to get a hold of. This one right here is so hard to find. My wife looked all over the place for that one.
And it came with the sleeve.
And it came with the original Nintendo sleeve, which is kind of cool. Oh yeah, that was Castlevania 3 was one of my favorites to play when I was younger.
Pop 'em.
Okay, so here's one. Here's one here that anybody from the 80s should remember. Mike Tyson's Punch Out. Yeah, this is like one of my most prized possessions is this collection. I have Ninja Gaiden 1 and 2. I need to get 3 to complete that series.
Don't forget
Uh,
to mention the arcade machine out back.
yeah,
We have 3 of them.
I've got a Tekken Tag Tournament arcade machine out in my garage.
Full size.
Big boy.
So I'm a bit of a collector. Let's see now. We'll go ahead and drop this back up. Back to the PC build. So
Okay, so now post test.
I'm gonna get ready to post test this. So what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna turn this over here so you guys can see.
Turn this so that we can see chat still.
She's got the laptop on, so I can still keep track of chat. She'll be reading information off to me. So beyond that, I just need to get my HDMI cable here. We'll plug her in. Which, can you please hand me that HDMI cable? That's kind of what I got it out for. Thank you. So,
Do we need a keyboard dongle?
yes, we need keyboard. Now the fun part, getting all this connected.
Here's the other keyboard.
All right. So, I've got a wired keyboard right here I can use
Okay.
somewhere. Just do a quick sanity check, make sure everything's plugged in. Boom, 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 boom. All looks good. Let's feed it some power, see what's going on. Got the red light. That. Yep.
Oh, look at the color.
There we go. So let's kick her back over here. And I'm about to lose you guys on chat for just a second. But my wife will
I'm right here.
be letting me know what's going on. All right, A2. There's F1 run setup. And there we go, 3.6 gigahertz, 2133 megahertz on that. X99 Godlike Gaming Carbon with 32 gigs of RAM. Looks like all of that's showing up as it's supposed to. Where's my USB? Where's my USB cable? Or my USB drive?
Oh, I don't know.
Find it, it's over here.
Show me where it was whenever we started. Where
So
did you put it when we started?
it should be on this table.
Okay, well, then here it is. Oh, I
Cool.
finally found it.
And then F10. No. We're going to go to F7 for advanced. Wow. It's been a minute. Save config and reset. Yep, we're good there. And then just pop this in. And there we go. Now we got lights. There you go, Nuke. What do you think?
3.6 sounds very low. 5 is better.
Well, 3.6 is what the stock speed was on the 6850K. It was 3.6 with a 4.
Just kidding.
Yeah, it was a 3.6 with a 4.2 turbo on it. Besides, it's a K SKU.
Looks real nice. NavyNewk.
Cool.
Sorry, I'm not telling you who's saying what.
It's okay. We're gonna go ahead and get Windows installed on this for you, and then while that's installing, I'll kick it back to stream, and we will carry on. But it looks like everything's firing up like it's supposed to. Looks like our pump's running. Now it's just a matter of me getting it to Virginia to get it to you. Getting some postcodes here. Let me see what's going on. B2. Come on now. So, we are. It's going through several boot cycles here. Where's my phone?
Right here.
Okay.
Right here, I'm monitoring chat.
Hmm. I need.
Not this one.
I'm getting a weird postcode.
Get all the way into the bed. Snapped right off. It hurt. And it bled. It was a few days ago. Is it auto tweaking the RAM by Slane?
What do you mean? Is it auto tweaking the RAM?
The reason why it's postcoding probably.
I don't know.
You are way too long. Go attach your finger to it.
I don't care. Do it. Kitty likes it.
I need to. I might need to look it up. Let me see, because it's like we're firing up. I'm getting some postcodes here. Let's see. We got a 4F, 9A,
You're on cam 1.
70, 79, and then it goes to 00 and then dies. Okay, so give me a second here. Let's pop this off. Let's go ahead and look up our postcodes. See what that gets us. So what are we missing here? Hand me this. I need to. We double check what a 00 postcode is on. See. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling.
Some setting wrong in the BIOS by gamer.
Actually, I think the EPS isn't connected properly.
Slane says try clearing your CMOS and reboot.
Yeah, I could do that. That's actually not a terrible idea because it has been sitting for a minute.
Gamer says maybe not. Sure, I'm drunk as fuck at the moment. What you drinking? Ah, drinking vodka.
Well, the cool thing about this motherboard is it actually supports two. It supports two BIOSes too, so we can see what's going on here. 19. All right, let's see here. I just cleared the CMOS using the clear CMOS button. That's the cool thing about this one is it actually has all that cool shit. So all settings are reset to default values. F2 to continue.
No need to play with jumpers.
Rebooting.
Nice.
We just reset everything to default. So
We have live TTS. That nice.
come on.
Slane says some new motherboards now have the CMOS reset and the flash on the I/O.
Yeah, this one does too. But still give me a 00.
It didn't start doing that till you put in the boot.
That would have nothing to do with the CPU. Yeah. Well, it's connected to this end properly, but I don't know if it's connected to the other end properly because
Could have wiggled.
yeah.
Don't think that is good. 00 has bogus response in Google.
Hmm?
He couldn't find it in Google. Of course, some people are nice.
Let's set it up to my backup BIOS here. This actually has it has a switch where I can switch between BIOSes. So I've got two different versions of a BIOS on here.
Yes, it is an X99.
It's X99A, yeah. X99A Godlike Gaming Carbon. CPU or memory change. Please enter setup to configure your system. Let's have a look. F1.
Uh, you got into the BIOS. Are you trying to install Windows now? By Gamer.
Yeah. I'm in. Give me a second. I'm going through this process here. Now this is interesting. Zero point 0.80 gigahertz.
Oh.
Hmm.
V core show 0.702.
Interesting. That is low.
That's interesting. So CPU showing so
Overheating problem maybe if it's underclocking.
yeah, it's showing CPU tip at 100C. So let's go ahead and we're gonna crank this off. I'm gonna double check the double check the AIO. Now I have something to work off of. That looks like that's
So we have an AIO problem.
well, I don't know yet. Give me a second.
Dead pump maybe.
No, it's brand new. I just took it out of the box. I felt the pump moving. That's not the issue.
Did the thermal paste get too clumpy as we were waiting?
They still look pretty good.
Okay. Well, I know some of them,
Yeah, it feels a bit toasty there. I'm gonna let that sit for a minute. Let's go ahead and double check these pump headers. It's that one. Where's this one? It's plugged in here. I need light. Yes, it can, but I don't like assuming that it's DOA the second I put it on. I that's I go through basic troubleshooting first.
I know. Everyone uses that.
CPU fan.
I like to point things out in my day-to-day life. That's not super.
check the. Where's the fan lines on this? I need to see where it's plugged in at. Just trace the fan lines. They're these little ribbons. Let's pull the AIO off. See if it's getting contact. That's our first. That's our first step. Because I can feel it down there. It's pretty toasty. Here we go. Nope, no connection. Knew it. Okay. Is that cable? Is that zip tied down, dear?
Yes.
Okay, go and cut it. Cut the zip ties. 'Cause I'm gonna need the cable. Yeah, we have. Yeah, the thermal paste is untouched. So yeah, the AIO bracket. The AIO wasn't sitting flush against it. It's possible. I'm not too familiar with Cooler Master. I'm used to using Corsair AIOs
Okay.
because there's a lot less headache involved with it. I need you to fish me the. I need. Huh?
The other one.
I need this cable right here. This is the cable that I need.
Okay.
Just that one.
Just this one?
Just that one.
Okay. Then unplug it.
Well, I gotta figure out where it's plugged in first. Is it this one here? Come on now. There. I just need that one. There we go. I'm wondering. Actually, I'm wondering if I put this on upside down. Either way, it's a 2011 V3. Where's my manual for this?
I handed you the manual.
I'm aware you handed me the manual, but I've done things since then, dear.
I know.
Okay then.
It's over there somewhere because you didn't hand it back. Unless that's it right here. Let's see.
That's it.
There you go.
So I got the 2011 V3.
It's okay.
I just gotta double check this manual, make sure I connected it right. That's all. Let's see, 2011 V3. It says these are the right standoffs. Yeah, it says I got the right standoffs on there, so it doesn't make sense why it's not connecting. Unless, unless maybe I got this on upside down. That's possible. So we're just gonna flip it. Let's flip it, see what it gets us. The X series and the X series and the A series, it's that the Z series that really doesn't matter so much as it does the actual socket type. And so it's a 2011 V3. And the thing is that I went by the instruction manual and I installed this exactly the way it said to install it on the instruction manual. So I'm wondering if the instruction manual just gave instructions to install it upside down. So we're just gonna flip them over. Screw. Yeah, yeah. It's all good, man. We're all friends here. We're all family. It's just
Zip tie it down.
you know, you laugh. That's actually a legitimate solution.
Why not glue?
Hey,
Because glue is easy.
if the Verge PC can be such a thing, why can't we use glue
I
to
was thinking about. I was
you
thinking
using
about
it
that
using
too.
glue as a TIM?
But the Verge PC booted.
Did it?
Yeah, I'm actually shocked. I'm shocked by that too because he only had three of his standoffs off. Well, with the level of thermal paste that he had on that thing, honestly, he could have only had that thing tied in with two posts, and it would have booted.
Or they had it hooked up to another computer.
No, I doubt that. No, what the more likely than the amount of thermal paste that he stuck on that damn thing, he could have went in and put the wrong posts on it. He could have the wrong posts on the motherboard and only put two of them on the damn thing, and it would have posted, and it wouldn't have been cool. It wouldn't have been cold by any stretch of the imagination, but it would have been cold enough for it to post and run. Like turbo clock is something that just wouldn't fucking happen. Oh god, yeah. This
Open some more Chrome tab.
For a minute I thought, when I first saw it, I thought it was an April Fool's joke. I mean, installing one of these brackets on upside down, that's a common thing, especially with Cooler Master because their instructions suck. But yeah,
Look at this 2D picture.
taking
Look.
this taking this long 3-inch screw and driving it through your damn radiator. That's And then the worst part is he doubled down. They didn't just apologize. Say, you know what? Yeah. I don't like Cooler Master. I really don't. I prefer Corsair, but it was a budget constraint thing.
Did she make cookies?
Hmm?
For what, Slane?
Did you make a noise? She makes a noise. Cookie noises. Like a radiator noise.
All right, let's see if this fixes our problem, and I bet it will because it's actually by swapping it around, it actually drops it down a couple of millimeters. So let's see if that actually fixes our issue here.
Did you feel the
Did
squish?
you feel a squish?
Hmm?
Did you
Did you
feel
feel
it?
the squish?
I don't know.
Oh.
Yep,
Yeah,
that did it.
it squished it. I saw it.
We're just gonna sit her back down, lock her back in, and boot her back up. Oh yeah, we got a nice spread of thermal paste now.
This goes to show how important cooking is to you.
Yes.
Can we
Proper seating.
can we restart?
Well, Cooler Master needs to make better instructions. Don't even get me started on their AM4 brackets. Their AM4 brackets just suck all around the board. Like those are the worst designed AM4 brackets I've ever worked with. What's going on here? Come on now. I just you get this screwed down. It's okay. I'll be fine. And for our next segment, we take this out back and load it filled with 44 Magnum rounds. Or at least the AIO. The rest of the computer's great. Kayla, give me a flathead on this. Give me the largest one I have. Let it down. Put it down. See, that's what I like about Corsairs. Corsair actually takes the time. They take the time to get it right the first time, and it's really hard to screw up a Corsair installation. Go down one.
Maybe drive over it with a car.
Like actually, for the one in my for the PC in the kitchen area, I actually used the Corsair Hydro X water block for that, and that's a nice water block. I really like that water block. If you've ever installed any Corsair AIO, that water block is going to feel like you're right at home. The only thing that's a little weird with it is the retention. The retention screws on it are just a little wonky. But if you get past that, super easy installation. And I like the fact that with Corsair, they're so good that you just screw it down till it stops and you're good. You don't have to worry about over tightening it. You don't have to overthink it. All right, let's fire this back up. See what we got. All right, let there be power. There's a keyboard. A little inexpensive keyboard. Let's there. Let's see if we win here. Watch the where's my phone? Yep, you got the stream up? Alright, about to change channel again. About to lose chat.
Okay, I'm there.
Alright, power on. So
Everything back in?
yeah, so far postcodes are looking good. 9C, B4, 92, A2, B4. B4 is memory. I remember that one. And we are at temperature, ladies and gentlemen. All right, it is showing the temp now. So this is one cool thing I like about this. I don't know. Can you see the motherboard okay?
You could zoom in a little.
So this is the one thing I really love about this motherboard is that postcode readout. Once it actually boots up and everything it starts firing on, that postcode readout will tell you the CPU temp. So right now with this little 120 or 120 millimeter radiator, it's running at 29 degrees idle on an i7 6850K. And we have booted Windows, ladies and gentlemen. That is it, Nuke. Your computer is running. We're going to set this to don't have a product key right now because I'm going to buy him one later. And for Windows 10 Pro.
The temps sound okay now, truly.
What's that?
The temps sound okay now, truly.
Oh yeah,
For a gamer.
yeah, 29 degrees is usually what this idled at whenever I had it before. Custom install Windows only. We're going to go ahead and format the whole drive.
Sweet. By Nuke.
Hmm?
Sweet. By Nuke. 130.
Let's go ahead
A
and
lot
we're
better than 100 Celsius. By gamer.
yeah, no kidding, right? Yeah, when I saw that 100 Celsius thing seemed a bit odd to me. I was like, yeah, we're gonna have to double check this.
There's something right there. Let me check. Feel it?
All right, there we go. So we got one and two. We're gonna go ahead and add this to drive one.
Yeah.
That's gonna be our Windows partition.
Make sure it's right.
Apply. Okay. Now thinking. Now thinking. And done. Next. And it is doing its thing. So, folks, if you will give me about 5 minutes, I've been sitting here in one spot for several hours. I need to get up and stretch my legs. My wife will be on chat. In fact, I'm going to hand her my headset. She can chat with you guys. But I need a 5 minute break while this installs. Okay? Oh man. Oh God, my legs are killing me. There you go.
Thank you. Hey everyone. Kayla monitor chat. So what do y'all think?
At least there was no smoke.
At least there was no smoke.
By Slang, and then Gamer says looking nice.
Now I gotta find the Wi-Fi data.
Okay.
Luke's computer's running.
It's running good.
Teehee.
Just setting up some windows.
Teehee.
Smoke would have been epic content though. Well, maybe another day we can, I don't know, make a smoke bomb. Maybe not.
He already set our backyard on fire that one time. With the stakes. With the stakes. You know?
Yeah. Whenever we cook steak, Grandmaster Wrath, he sous vides them. And at the end of that, what you need to do is you get a blowtorch and to get the sear on it, and you just torch the fuck out of them. And it makes the best steaks. But you can get some smoke that way. Little smoke with the RGB makes it run faster. Nuke appreciates the lack of smoke.
Oh, it could be like a gender reveal. This the color of the RGB is the
No, it would you wouldn't need a gender reveal. All computers are female. Isn't that right? All computers are female because they're very particular. And you got to get it just right and you got to treat her well. And then if they get mad at you, they just fucking die and throw a big fit and then you can't tell what's wrong.
You die when you get mad.
They don't work at all. Only says error and gives you a blue screen. And when they don't work right, you just slap them around. Actually, I do that. Wrath hates it, but my general thing I say whenever it's broken, I was like, well, just kick it. And he hates that.
If I get upset,
Kayla, get rid of that beetle.
it's gone. This.
Russian fixin' style. Yeah. We're talking about how I kick things to fix them. Or I use my sledgehammer.
Yeah, that. Yeah, you do that to this computer, and I'll divorce you.
It would be quite difficult for a computer to be non binary.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I like that one.
Amy.
Hey, Ailey. What you doing?
She was gonna kill people, but then.
There are 10 types of people in this world: those who know binary and those who don't.
Oh. Yeah, okay, I know. Because I was like, you said 10, did you? And then I knew. I was like, okay.
1 to 0.
Then I get it.
I love nerd humor.
Big brain.
Oh, well, let's switch over to 2. As you can see,
Whew, I'm exhausted. That was
we are doing our reset. My first system, you had to press down on your BIOS chip.
oof.
Oof.
Why do you have to do that? To turn it on?
Because it was a broken solder
Uh-huh.
joint. He had to press down the BIOS chip to get the solder joint to connect.
Yeah. That sucks. Why didn't you just resolder it?
That's funny.
Because
That's funny.
because in order to resolder a BIOS chip, it's
Wouldn't you need to get a heat gun?
well, no, you would need a lot of fine precision soldering.
Oh, not a quick job. I have never had that problem.
Can't say I have either.
Oh, we are in the U.S.
Are we? You're giving a lot of information.
Let me find the antennas for that real quick. I think I have them out in the car. The keyboard.
Right here. Here. I'm going to let you get back to it.
We're close enough that the Wi-Fi should be good.
Fix would be put it in a hot oven, but I did not.
Yeah, that would be the old Xbox 360 way of fixing it. I can see that.
Here you
I'm ready.
go. You are.
And now we just gotta go through the normal setup. So, Nuke, I wasn't completely up for it. I told you there'd be no extra RGB in it, and that's because it really doesn't need it. Um,
I'll let you know when
I
I fix
forgot
it.
to mention that the motherboard is all RGB'd out, so yeah, you're not gonna need RGB. It basically RGBs itself.
That's how you know you're a gamer.
So yeah, I'm gonna go through and install the software for it. We're gonna run a few benchmarks on it, and then this Joker will be ready to pack and ship. So we'll double check and make sure all my fans are functional. This fan's not on. I need to figure out what's going on with that. the front rad fan's not moving right now. So I need to find the header for this. This should be one of these two right here. There should be.
Neither of them are plugged.
Is there a fan header? Or are they both?
4 and 4.
Okay, hand me the. No, no. It's 4 and 4 tells me nothing. That's a fan header. So I need that, and I need you to fish that to me through. All right, unplug. We're gonna unplug this one here.
Okay.
Wait, did I have that one tied down?
No.
Okay, cool. Pull it out all the way. Slide that one through here. That's what through this where my finger is.
It won't fit.
Yeah, yeah, it will. In here. Oh, damn. Okay, so alternative plan. We're going to have to.
Try and go.
No, I'm going to power it down. We're going to have to reroute the cables. I'm going to need that up here on this side, and then we're going to need to plug this one in elsewhere. So this one is going to have to go over here, and then that one's going to have to come back into this one. So let me go. We're going to power it down real quick. This cable dangling over the rim is an SSD. It's the pump header. It's what's giving power to the pump. But I need to move it because that's it's gonna have to go over here because the front fan wasn't getting any power. And the only place I can plug it in is where the old pump fan where we had the old pump plugged in. So I got to come in another way to do this. Feed that through there. Got it. All right, yeah, pull it somewhat. Hold up. Let me just push this back out of the way, and then I need you to feed it back in through this side right over here.
Is it this one?
Yep, just like that. Wrong one. Okay, look at the end, honey. Look at the tips of them. See, one of them has metal caps on the end.
Yeah.
That's an RGB header.
I keep grabbing those. Got it?
Yeah. Just need to make sure I get this in the right direction because this is a very tight fit. Um, I can't pull it to the back because of the orientation. I'll show you in a second and it'll make sense. Okay, so
Don't walk on the keyboard.
yeah, I want the radiator fans on the CPU header. So there's a CPU header here. This X99 it's a little different. So I got one CPU fan header here, one CPU fan header here. It's a 3-pin. It's just a 3-pin PWM, non-variable. But this fan that she's about to fish through is a 4-pin.
You want to fish through the top?
Where that old one was, right here. Well, the top will work too. Can you get through there? Get that to me. We're gonna fish that through right there. And is it gonna fit or is it gonna be tight? That's a tight fit. Can we bring it in through here?
Through where? Yes.
Okay. Fish there, ride it up. There we go. Perfect. And then that's going to feed power to all 4 of our fans. So I've got. In fact, you don't even really need. Well, I mean, as far as the case fans are concerned, if they're 3 pins like most of these are, it really doesn't matter what you plug them into because they're all going to be moving the exact same speed no matter what you plug them in on. So.
There's a fan header right here too.
What?
The other one we unplugged.
Yeah, that one I got to take underneath it.
Okay.
Just give me a second, and I'll tell you where it goes. There. All right, so that one's plugged in now. I'm gonna fish that back out of the way, and that one needs to go right here. Nope, you're tangling it. Pull back out.
Well, no, this way it goes under.
No, no, pull it out, and I need it right here. There.
Okay.
Yeah. Because if you put it there, it's actually going to be running directly underneath the I/O header, and so you could accidentally inadvertently pull the I/O header pins out, and we don't want that. So let's fire it back up. So we got one, two fans going, three fans going. So all three fans are going, and we've got our pump running. Let's go ahead and double check with our. Yes, gamer. That's what I'm telling you. I've got three pins and one 4 pin. The 4 pin is on the radiator. Yeah, 3 pins is just straight power. Since almost all of these are 3 pins except for this one here, even the pump is running on 3 pins. So it doesn't matter which header I plug it into because even if I plug it into 4 pin, it doesn't matter because they're all going to be pulling the exact same power. It's just going to be pulling max power through it because it has nothing to adjust it.
Crazy.
So yeah, so we got one fan running at 1,000 RPMs, two fans. So that would be our pump. Let's see here. So it's hard to tell from here. Let's see, F7. Let's go to hardware monitor. There we go. There's our fans. So we've got one of these is our pump. We've got four things running. We got two fans, one pump. The pump is so we got CPU one and CPU two. CPU one and CPU two are running at the top. The one running at 2200 is the actual fan itself. The 531 is the pump. So there we go. Yeah, more than yeah. It's actually let me double check. Yeah, CPU fan one. CPU fan one is actually the front fan, and CPU fan two is the pump. It's actually running pretty quiet as is.
Good night. Everyone say good night to the teenager.
See.
Okay.
Yep, CPU tips 34 and 35. Yeah, most new motherboards do have a pump header. Unfortunately, this X99 didn't. Now, if you look at my Asus motherboard totally had it.
Good night, mini ninja.
Good night. Go to bed. Yeah, almost all AIOs connect through the CPU header. Yeah, it's like and if you don't have a if you don't have if you don't have a pump header, just plug it into the CPU header. You'll be fine.
Yep.
You plug that into the CPU. You plug the AIO pump into the CPU header, and then plug the fan of the radiator into one of your case fan headers. It'll be fine. Like I said, they all run the same power through them anyway, so it really doesn't matter. It's at that point, it's really mostly about aesthetics. And we are going to skip all this nonsense, and I'll just create an offline account for the purpose of installing stuff. And limited experience is fine. I'm gonna put test. Don't need a password. I mean, we're just stress testing it anyway because we will make sure it's all working. Yeah, exactly, exactly, gamer. Yeah, you have to have something on that CPU fan header. Yeah, if you don't have anything on that CPU fan header, then things get annoying. I think I'm gonna add one more case fan to the front of this, but I think I'm out of headers actually. Yeah, I'm out of headers for case fans, so I think this is what we get to deal with here. What I'm thinking I might do is I might take this one off the back and put it on the front. I don't know yet. I don't have a splitter available on me right now. I mean, I can always grab one. Since these fans were basically donated to me with the case. Uh, Normally, if I had my choice about it, if I had like my option in it and I bought all the fans, they'd all be four pin PWMs. Like I like the dude. I would rather stab my tongue through the table than go with 4 pin Molex. Yeah, it is designed for negative pressure, so yeah, it should be okay. So there we go. We are all set up and running. Really should have plugged a mouse into this, but whatever. I have one right here. There we go. Give me a second. We're going to install some minor stuff here, and then I'm going to finish up this build, and we're going to put it back together, and then we will call it a night. So we're looking up MSI X99 egg. I hate it when Logitech does this. You can't just keep it simple, can you, Logitech? Can't just make a mouse that works straight out the box. As a rule, I hate wireless mice. for this reason. It's not wanting to pair. So what I'm going to do here, give me a second, I'm gonna pull my keyboard and mouse from the streaming PC that we're using at this current moment, and I'm going to use that. Come on now. There we go. The G403 wired. I have a G503 wired Hero, and then the Hero Special Edition with the weights, and then that's what I use on my PC in the kitchen, and then I use a G603 with my laptop usually, and that one's wireless. So there we go. Now we have. So let's see. We can get rid of this notification. Let's go ahead and download our drivers for this. No, you can't use my location. You don't need to know where I'm at, MSI. And then we're going to go through here and we're going to get the. We don't need BIOSes or anything like that. I've already updated the BIOS on this, so that's not entirely necessary. But there is one app that I need here, and that's under Utility. Operating Systems Windows 10 64. And we want not fast boot, not IXT, live update 6. That's what we want. That'll give us all of the apps that we need in one shot. MSI is really cool for that. Asus nowadays, now that they've done what's it called, Armory, the Armory program is pretty good about it. But before Armory, their older downloader was just horrible. It's like if you weren't getting it from the website, you just weren't getting it. So I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I'd love to be able to do more PC builds in the future, but it's an expensive hobby. It really is. Um, that and I would love to have more people to build PCs for. So I mean, most time when you come by here, I'll be playing video games or stuff. But whenever I do get parts, we'll definitely be working on computers. That's just something I like to do. There's our live updater English. Unfortunately, I somehow for some reason I couldn't find the hard drive we were originally going to put in this, the SSD. So I had to harvest the SSD from one of my other. Oh, welcome to the family gamer. Appreciate it. Anytime you want to talk tech or something, hit me up on the Discord. I do check it daily. Um, I almost always try to respond if somebody asks me for something in there, or wants to talk to me. But I do work overnight, so it may take me a little bit of time to get back to you, but I will get back to you within that day usually. Let's see here, MSI Live Update. We don't need to create an account here because I did get this refurbished, so it won't let you register it anyway. So Live Update, we're gonna do an automatic scan. Show me what we need. So we need the 3.1 drivers, the Intel ME drivers, the Killer Network drivers. Oh yeah, this one has killer networking on it. It's pretty cool. Intel chipset and Bluetooth drivers. So total installer, let her do her thing, and then this will have all the basic drivers done, and then we just have to download the drivers for the 1080 Strix, and then we're ready to bag this thing up, and finish her up. I had a lot of fun working on this too. I really did. Um, This is the kind of stuff that gets me up in the morning. And I actually do this for a living. Well, I don't do PC building for a living. I work at a data center. So I deal with like large scale server deployment and cloud things like that. A lot of fun. I enjoy it. Find it pretty rewarding. But my first love when it comes to that, it's always gonna be PCs, like personal PCs. This will always be my first love. The rest of it's just a means to an end. So let's see here. Let's go see if it'll let me. There we go. So let's see if I can my endoscope. I actually bought an endoscope camera just for this. It's cool too. I got it for a song. I got it for $5, but it's a fun little toy. It's great for doing PC builds and stuff because you can actually get like way in there. Make sure I got this facing right side up here. That's the hardest part. I'm gonna need to go in here with a little uh, arrow or something, and the Strix has a scratch on it. I don't know what you're talking about, man. This card didn't have a scratch on it. I don't know what you, but see, it's cool because you can take this here and you could go you can get in there like really in depth, and I like that about this little tool. It's so super cool, extremely useful for that. Bzz, boom. But yeah, like for the fan, for instance, like up here in the front of the case, if I wanted to see if the fan was running, I could literally run that in like this, and we could run it through the front of that. We fish it through the front of the case, and just hold up here and see if the fan's actually running. So yeah, I got this for $5, man, worth every penny. So let's see here. It looks like we just finished downloading our updates. Now I'll have a new camera later for that, but try to give you multiple camera views here so you can kind of see what's going on. It took me the better part of 45 minutes to set all this up. Let's see, the two camera, that is, yep, that's that camera. And then three is the wide angle. Yeah, that's my wide angle there. So there we have it. So we finished up our actual driver installs. So it's installing all the lighting apps so that I can actually control the lighting. We can control the lighting profiles on the motherboard, and we'll be able to control that. And then there should be an app to control the lighting on the video card. But but I'm pretty much done with this side. This side's finished. So now I need the glass side panel so I can put it back on. And then once we get that on, then we can just spin it around. We'll clean up the back a little bit, get that squared away, and this can be put away, and then we can call it a night. So let's see here. Okay. Um, Not that I know of. Not like that. Like you could install there's certain drivers you can install if you have them on hand, but you can't install the drivers like I don't have a disk or anything like that, so I have to go through the website. Besides, I would rather use the drivers from the website over the ones that download with Windows anyway. Any of them that you that you let Windows automatically download, 9 times out of 10 are going to be garbage anyhow. It's right there. So we'll clean that up, and then I'm going to spin this around. We're going to clean up the rest of the cables. And yes, Lane, and that's an interesting thing that you brought up there. So with RAID, yes, you'd still have to install the RAID drivers pre-installation. But nowadays with Windows 10, you don't even need that. You can run RAID directly through the Windows environment. If you don't know a whole lot about the hardware or anything like that, you can just run software RAID and it'll work just the same. Exactly, gamer. Exactly, yeah. It's like Windows. A lot of the Windows drivers has extremely basic stuff, so you leave a lot of functionality and features on the table or off the table whenever you do that. So it's always just best practice to go ahead and it's always just best practice to go ahead
Do not start a
and
war.
download them and get the correct drivers from the website post install. Ah, that captive thumb screw's a pain. This glass panel's not wanting to go in all the way. Don't. It's the middle. Here. It's this middle bar. It's not quite down where it needs to be. When it went in. Okay, so I'm gonna have to pull that white bar out, and then we're gonna have to reseat that, which means I got to pull the video card, which I can work on the rest of this install later. But everything else is running. It looks like, so we're good there. Let's see. Sign out. Cancel. Bup bup bup. Shut down. Okay, so let's appraise ourselves to the issue that we find ourselves in at the current moment. We move this camera over here.
Does it just need to scoot over? No.
No, it
Mm.
it's obstructing.
Mm-hmm.
So let me flip back to my main. Would you back up, please? Thank you. So this bar right here, we had to take it out to get the motherboard in. Now it's not wanting to lift the glass panel on because it's pushing against this, so you can't get it in there. So I've got to pull this out so that I can go in and reseat it so that it'll sit appropriately.
Can we just loosen it and wiggle it into place, you think?
I don't know. Let me see. to see if it's actually because I think it's in there, but it's a little difficult to tell. Here, hand me the glass pane back. Let's see here. There we go. It's just a tight fit.
This isn't in all the way.
What is it catching on?
There we go.
There we are. So it's just a really tight fit.
Nah, sledgehammer.
Don't give her any ideas. I already yell at her enough about that as it is. Trust me, she's already enough of pain when it comes to that. All right, there we go. All right, so let's go ahead and spin it around, and then I'll clean up the back half, and then she'll be done. So we saw the party in the we saw the business in the front. Now let's take care of the party in the back.
What a party it is. It's actually not too bad.
Oh, believe me, I've had far worse.
Oh,
But I need some cable. I need cable ties so I can tie these down, or tie this down, clean it up. So we'll just pop that through there.
hot glue.
Don't encourage her.
Oh.
They're bad influences. You can't hang out with them.
Are we gonna bedazzle it too? What? Hot glue is for crafts.
Okay, so all things considered, I don't think the backside cable management looks half bad. I do want to get this working, though. There's a.
Hi, anarchist.
How are you doing today?
You want to hide these guys under?
In a minute. It's a person, my fellow craft and love. Um, got.
Unfortunately, we're all the way to the cable management part of it.
Oh yeah, you're gonna upgrade your PC to what?
From what?
Hmm, that's interesting. Were there any 4-pin?
Unfortunately, links won't work. You can always pop into our Discord and join, and then we have a whole PC section of it
Yeah, yeah.
that people put their links up on. We also need to look at shoot, what's his name?
I need.
Sledgehammer.
I need you to find me some parts here.
What am I looking?
The 4 pin extensions that go into that. Check the Cooler Master box.
Cooler Master box. No.
No. Tell you what, Nuke, I'm gonna leave these in here for you. This is for the RGB controller. If you can, if you want to connect these, you can, and it will light up the front fan. Though it is not necessary. Believe me, you've got plenty of lights going on in this damn thing. You don't really need that, and it would probably end up being kind of an eyesore. So you got an i5 6600K.
Extension kit.
That's cool. This one actually is this one's got it running at 6850K. We're running. All right, so I think that's good for cable management. Can you give me that back panel, please?
Back panel.
And let me go ahead and I'm just going to tuck your excess cables. We're tuck those in down here so you'll have them. So
He's
there's our
currently running i5 6600 and 16 gigs.
2133 rip jaws. What are you looking to upgrade to? Power cord. I want to have that in here too. Actually, I'm gonna stick that in the front. Okay, we're ready to back panel this joker up. Good old captive thumb screws.
Before I say you're a fan of AMD, we have both.
I actually am a fan of PCs. I'm not. I don't go from one direction or the other.
Depends on the specs.
The computer that I'm on right now, the PC that I'm streaming on right now, which I'll show you.
Her name is Frostbite.
This one right here. This one right here is a 6850K with a 1080 Strix in a Lianli 011 dynamic, and then or 011 dynamic, and then in the kitchen I'm running a 3900X Ryzen with a 2070 Super. So 3600 if you're on a budget is pretty good. Yeah, I mean it'll save you some money, but you want to be sure that you get you don't want to throw. Unfortunately, in order to get the most out of third gen Ryzen, you don't want to buy a budget board. You want to have a board that can push at least 3600 on the front side bus. Because if it can't push 3600 on the front side bus, you're leaving a lot of performance on the table. Oh my god,
There goes the light.
that hurt.
Can you see anything?
Well, yeah, but you still need a good B450 board that can run the 3600 on the front side bus. If you can't get the 3600 on the RAM, you're going to leave a lot of that performance on the table, and you're going to see it in the performance curve. It's going to be horrible. Here, can you please just gently feed that so I'm not caught up in the cable spaghetti of my endoscope here? So let's see.
You know, I bet we could plug this in and go show them
S-
the other computer with it.
The ASRock X570.
Where's the box?
Let me check that real quick before you commit to that ASRock. Let me check and see what the memory is on that. Just a second, because we have to be you want to be sure that you can overclock it to 3600. Because if you can't overclock it to 3600, you're wasting your money on third gen. Let me move this. Switch to the primary camera. Move this out of the way. There we go. Nuke's computer is done.
The scope is long.
Huh?
The scope is long.
Oh yeah, it's meant to go through the mouth, out the other, and then back. Here, can you
Promise
give
you
me
I'll
a
use the
hand?
computer with it.
All right. So, Nuke's computer is finished. We did what we set out to do. Let me go ahead and I'm going to give you a. Let's go ahead and pull up a desktop here so we can. I totally get that. I do. See display capture, add source. There we go. So now let's, let's go check that ASRock because I just want to be sure that you're getting the most for your money. That's all. I mean, far be it from me. I'm the last guy in the world to tell you to buy something you can't afford. I'm not gonna. I would never be that guy. But I want to be sure that you're actually going to be able to get the most out of it because if you're going for third gen Ryzen and your motherboard doesn't support that overclock, you're literally you're peeing in the wind. It's not going to work for you. Uh, you're going to leave a lot of performance on the table. So let's see here.
Dude,
Let me double check that.
you're such a pain.
Where did it go? See, Thermaltake Tough RAM, Thermaltake Tough RAM, X570 Steel Legend. Okay, so let's double check that. Let's see. So we're going to go X570 Steel Legend. So you're staying within the $199 price point. Okay. Um, supports DDR4 4666 overclock. So you're good there. Yeah, you're doing right by not going over 3600. You're absolutely doing right. Don't go over 3600 on third gen Ryzen because anything over 3600 you're basically going to start seeing diminishing returns. So it's going to cost you more money in the long run. Uh, yeah. Yeah, as far as the tough RAM, I'm not entirely sure. Thermaltake's tough RAM is still a relatively new thing on the market, so I don't have an opinion on that one way or another because I haven't actually tested it. Now, as far as BDI RAM, a really decent one that I've been using is Trident Z Neo. Trident Z Neos work pretty well on the third gen. Oh, come on, fix. There. So, our computer's done. We've got it running. We've got it posted. It's all good. Um, all in all, I'd say it's a pretty productive night. Let's see, B450 Max boards have Ryzen 3000 series BIOS. Actually, gamer, all the AM4s, in theory, all AM4s from first gen Ryzen all the way to third gen Ryzen can run third gen. You just need a BIOS update. The problem is in the RAM compatibility at that point. I was actually really curious about that because I got into a heated debate with a guy at the local tech shop because he's trying to tell people not to go with the B450 for the third gen because he's leaving a lot of performance on the board. And the only performance on the board that I can see in the difference is the temperature threshold that it puts on the VRM because it does put an excessive amount of temperature on the VRM, but also a lot of the B450 boards don't go up to 3600 megahertz, and that's the only thing that would harm the performance of Ryzen going putting a third gen on a B450 that I can think of. Yeah, the B4 the yeah the Tomahawk the MSI Tomahawk Max does because that was a refresh. The Tomahawk Max it natively supports third gen out of the box without a BIOS update. So I like MSI boards. I do. Oh, I understand. I understand where you're coming from, anarchist. Um, if you want to save about 20 bucks, okay. If you want to save about 20 bucks on your overall build, the RS Elite Pro Wi-Fi is around 180, and usually you can get it on special like like $10 or $20 rebate. So you can get it right around that area from about 160 to 180. It's a pretty solid board. That's what I use on mine, and that would shave a couple of dollars off, and it would still give you the ability to do all the overclocking and everything out the board. Now, one thing I did notice, and just to be fair, be sure that whenever you populate your RAM sticks, you populate them from the outside first. So you go, so if your processor's here, populate on the outside, and then two in because what I was having an issue with mine was I went ahead and populated it in that first and third slot like you're supposed to, but it wasn't allowing me to overclock it and sync it with the Infinity Fabric. Another thing to note on the third gen is that XMP is cute and all that, but it doesn't beat a good old fashioned manual overclock when it comes to getting that 3600 locked in. Um, I say set all your cast latencies to auto and then manually configure your RAM to 3600. Then go into the AMD overclocking and adjust your Infinity Fabric to 1800 megahertz. And the reason why I say that is the 1800 megahertz. If you look at DDR, a 3600 megahertz stick of DDR is going to run 1800 megahertz on each side. So so 1800 is where you want it, and you set your infinity clock to 1800. You set your RAM clock to 3600, and it should sync across, and you will get full speed across it. XMP doesn't always do that on third gen. XMP just does it for the RAM, but they don't actually adjust the front side bus. What's that?
An hour later.
What is it?
Cheese sticks and chicken, and I have no idea what this is.
I'll take it in a minute.
Okay, I'll set it over here.
So the 5500 pins on BIOS. Man, it's so good to have everybody out here hanging out with us tonight. So, um, thoroughly enjoyed talking tech with you folks. Has anybody encountered that issue that has a third gen Ryzen out there that I was talking about the Infinity clock not matching XMP? You don't have yours yet. Okay, so like I said, keep an eye out on that. And the way you can tell if it took or if it didn't take is in your BIOS. It'll give you your memory clock speed on the right hand side, usually in the UEFI. So set your XMP, restart your machine, go back into UEFI and look on the right hand side. If it doesn't say 3600 megahertz, you need to adjust that infinity clock or it won't take. So there's a little pro tip from somebody who spent like 4 days beating his head against the wall trying to get it running. Because I've had my 3900X for I don't know about a month. Yeah, yeah, it's about a month. Oh my God, I've bought a lot of PC parts in the last month.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear God. Don't glare at me. You're like
I
you
know.
you like it just as much as I do.
She's a beautiful piece of art.
I deserved it, okay? I'm having heart problems. I'm having my midlife crisis, okay? No, no puppies. We have three cats.
And he won't let me get a snake.
Hell no, you ain't bringing a snake in this fucking house. You bring a snake into this house, I'm turning the damn thing into a wallet. All right, so at that note, I need to take a small break. Let's see. What do you think about my ASRock Phantom Gaming? I looked at that anarchist. It looks solid. It looked like it supported a 4600 overclock, so you shouldn't have a problem on the RAM. Provided that you get the right kind of RAM. If you get the right BDI RAM, you shouldn't have any issues with it. How much did you pay for it? The card. I don't know which card you're referring to. Give me a second. Let me check the Discord. Let's see here.
Azrock Phantom Gaming DOC.
The ASRock Phantom Gaming DOC. Give me just a second here. I'm not familiar with it. Okay, it's an X570. It's an RX 570 video card, right? Or is it RX 580? Nope. You're talking about the 5700, right? You're talking about like the newer ones. Cool. Let me go ahead and pull that up. Just a second. I'll look it up for you. New egg. Confirm. So 5500 XT. Okay. Mm. The 5500 XT. I don't see you actually doing any. Let's see. You got 8 GB, 128-bit GDR DDR6 with a core clock of 1.6 gigahertz. I haven't. I'm not too familiar with the RX 5500 to be honest with you. Um, I do know that I've been following enough of them to note to hear that they've been having issues with drivers lately and with BIOS revisions and overclocking. I have heard that that's been an issue that they've been running into lately. But but beyond that, yeah, if it's around 1650, if you're dealing with 1650 super performance, then what you could probably expect to see for 1650 is what you can expect to see there is playing most games on medium to medium high settings, depending on the title. You probably won't be doing Battlefield 5 in max settings, but you'll be able to you probably be able to do Doom Eternal at mid high settings at a few. Let's see, it's versus the RX 580. Honestly, for that price point, if you're looking at the $200 margins, huh? Because I personally like the performance of my Turing of my Nvidias. The Turing processor is pretty sick. Well, the 20 keep in mind the 2060 Super runs on par against the 1070 also. They those it runs on similar performance to the 1070. So that's the 2060 is a beast of a card. When you start dealing with those supers, man, they are just monsters. Like I have a 2070 super and it runs on par with my 1080 overclocked. Like these Strix 1080 over, huh? Just barely. It edged it out just a little bit. No.
Nice, Stormy.
Well, here's the thing, anarchist. You don't want you there's a slight balancing act between your GPU and your CPU. You don't want it to be to a point where your GPU is demanding more than your CPU can
No,
handle.
I'm eating.
And you said you're going with a 3600? I see 3700X. That's the let me double check that cuz I don't want to give you incorrect information. That's the 6 core 12 thread model, right?
8 core Ryzen 7.
Okay, 8 core not hyper threaded. Right, so you're getting single core performance out of it. So, and it looks like it's a 3.6 gigahertz, probably 4.2 overclock. Yeah, you don't want to get a. I agree with what Gamer is saying. That's what I was trying to say. Gamer was if you get well. Hey Chewbacca, how are you doing today? In a perfect world, Gamer, you would want your GPU to be the bottleneck. Like in a perfect gaming world, you would want your bottleneck to be on the GPU. You'd want the faster processor. You'd want your processor to be faster than your video card because that would basically mean that anything that your video card is requesting, your processor can handle. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so anarchist, you're 100 over. What's your power supply that you're running? What PSU are you using? 850 watt. Okay, that's overkill. That is complete overkill for that build. Um, honestly, you could go 650 easily and save a considerable amount of money and not lose a lick of performance.
And if you get the Micro Center store brands are usually made well.
I mean, yeah, the Thermaltake Tough Grain. How much are you going to be paying for that? 'Yeah, trust me. Like this PC you just saw me build, that has as a 129. Yeah, you could. I think I paid for this one. This was a 650 watt Corsair, and I paid $80 for it. So it's 650 watt, and it's running an i7, and i7s are way more power hungry than AMD's. So yeah, it's 650 watt, dude. You're so, shave a couple of dollars off. As long as it's 80 plus gold, you're fine. Like don't go 850 if you don't have to. Yeah, I mean Chewbacca's absolutely right. I agree. Unless you're trying to do something super crazy like you're trying like you got your processor, you got your motherboard, you got all that jazz, then you turn around and you got extra RGB running with exotic liquid cooling and like there's no reason for that much power unless you're running a custom loop and you've got a huge power draw on it outside of your core components. Yeah, if it's only $13 more, go for the 850. But give me a second. I'll see if I can find it for you for cheaper. Give me a second here. Give me a second. 650 watt power supply. You're located stateside here, anarchist? And is it being modular? Is it being modular like a necessary thing? That these are does it have to be modular or do you mind black cables or what's your criteria for this outside of just the wattage? Okay. Full modular, not hybrid? Okay. Give me a second here. Let me look.
Solar powered. Ah, remote turn on.
Here's an 80 plus gold 650-watt power supply for $99. Fully modular. They sell it at they sell it at Micro Center. So 650 watts, 80 plus gold, ATX, fully modular. And I know that it's the Power Spec brand, which is the Micro Center brand, but EVGA makes it. So yeah, 90% of the time your PSU is going to be stuck in a basement anyway. So RGB is a creature comfort that isn't necessary. And keep in mind that the thermal take it may say RGB, but it's not addressable RGB. So the RGB on it, unless you get the specific one that has a premium Asus ROG price on it, it's just going to have a button on the back that you've manually changed the colors.
Those are annoying.
The power supply I have in this one right here, I paid 119 for. It's an 850-watt power supply by Power Spec with with RGB headers for RSync. So, but that's just because with the Lian Li 011 dynamic, the actual power supply sits in the back and it's facing out so you can see it. Hey man, there is absolutely nobody in this room that's trying to talk you out of it, brother. We're just trying to help you. You said you're over budget. We're trying to find options. We're not telling you not to do it. We're not telling you that what you're doing is a bad idea. We're trying to come up with a solution to your problem. So one thing I love about our it's one thing I love about our community, like the PC building community. It's like deep down they truly try to be helpful.
I like Micro Center's store brand stuff.
I agree, gamer. Go with performance first. But if you go on the Discord and you look in let's see here, the Discord under where is it? Show off your rig and scroll up just a little bit. You'll see the one that I just built.
Her name is Roswell.
Yeah, the only reason you would need one is like I have one in my PC, and the only reason I use it is because I stream from consoles. Well, actually, Micro Center ships now too. Slane, they ship. Just depends on what you're looking for.
It's just me.
Yeah, I love that build, man. That liquid cooled. Now, I actually went out today and I picked up an RGB strip. I picked up an RGB strip for it that runs on UV. What? I don't know what those doing there.
That's not an RGB strip.
I got a kitty in the bag. Move, Stormy. Let's see. Don't have Microsoft in here. In a gaming PC, the GPU usually is half the total budget. You can start with that. Yeah, I mean, honestly, in my PC, when you start calculating the cost of all the parts, the GPU was actually the cheapest. When you calculate all the money that I spent on that PC, the GPU was one of the cheapest parts. What? Yeah, I think my GPU my GPU cost as much as my processor and motherboard combined. So it is what it is. Well, folks, it has been really awesome talking to you guys. I hope to carry this conversation on into the Discord, but I really need to get up and move around a little bit. I've been sitting here now for God 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10, about 5 hours with just that one time I got up. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna call it here. But feel free to come by and hang out with me anytime you see me online. Normally I stream Friday nights, but for the next few weeks I'll be streaming a little more frequently, just because I'm going to be working from home. So I'll be here, you know, and you'll always get notifications in the Discord. Discord will let you know whenever I'm online. But I want to thank you very much for hanging out with me tonight. This was a lot of fun. I enjoyed getting this PC together for Nuke. He's gonna love it, and I know he will. And I'll talk to you folks later. Okay, y'all be good out there.